All right, in that case, I will call the council meeting to order. And will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Hagenow.
Present.
Councilmember Kerr. Here. Councilmember Cormet.
Aye.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Here.
Mayor Riley.
Present.
There are 5 members present.
Thank you. And first order is Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And
I'm using the owl today.
And before we go further, I'd like to welcome our new town clerk.
Thank you.
And you come with high recommendations from, and much sorrow from the municipal district over in Copper Mountain. But we are glad to have you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Next item is approval of the agenda. Were there any changes anyone wanted to make to the agenda? If none,
I move that we approve the agenda.
thank you. Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. Now is the fun part. And the exciting part for one member of the new council. The rest of you are old hands. At this point, we'll swear in the members of the council, including the ones who were just elected.
Okay. Oh, aren't we already sworn?
No, sworn for your swear.
I had no idea. Okay.
So with that, Christy, could I ask you to come forward as well? And then you're going to have to take a seat at the table when you're done. So you have to choose a place.
Choose wisely. I guess it's assigned seat.
All right. Well, will the council members please stand? No, only the ones who are sworn in.
Only ones we care about.
And Dan's trying to get his pay raise.
Yeah, all but us. Okay. And I am Dan because I'm doing this. No, not Aaron. So with that, repeat after me. I, please state your name.
I, John Matt,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support
I will support
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
and the Charter and ordinances of the town of Keystone,
and the
Charter and ordinances of the town of
Keystone,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties of town council member
and that I will faithfully preserve
the duties of town council member
for the town of Keystone to the best of my skill and ability.
for
the town of Keystone to the best
of my skill and ability.
Well, congratulations, council members.
Welcome, Christy. Council member. Thank you.
And we have one more swearing in that needs to occur. We have as I recognized earlier, a new clerk. And so, Missy, if you will please stand.
It's formal.
Again, repeat after me. I'm Melissa Stabile.
I, Melissa Stabile,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
and the Charter and ordinances of the town of Keystone,
and the Charter and the ordinances of the town of Keystone,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties of the town clerk
and that I will faithfully perform the duties of town clerk
for the town of Keystone to the best of my skill and ability.
to the town of Keystone to the best of my skill and ability.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I think we all noticed that he started out with two word phrases and then he got to 14 word phrases.
The rest of it put together.
You're training us, right?
Well, I remember an earlier one of these I did, and I started with the longer phrases. Everyone got lost. They were actually 3-word phrases at first.
Yeah,
All right.
it's more dramatic my way.
The next item is communications to council. And since I don't see anyone in the audience locally, is there anyone online who would like to speak to council today? You can speak on any topic and you have 3 minutes. Anyone raise their hand? All right, in that case, I'll declare communications to council and I'll end it, and we'll now go into the discussion items. The discussion items we would normally have had during our work session, since it's a combined meeting because of the swearing in of the new council members. And with that, turn it over to the town manager for discussion with the capstone students on wayfinding. And now I understand why we have folks that we have online that I never recognized their faces before.
And I'm going to pass this off to our planner, Jess Hertzberg, who's been organizing this capstone project for us. Thank you, Jess. And she can introduce the students and let them talk about what they're going to do for our town here.
So I'll let our 4 students get set up and I'll introduce them. They are going to be doing a signage and wayfinding plan for the town of Keystone, specifically on the rec path and community path and connecting trails around town. They are from CU Boulder Masters of the Environment program, which you may recognize is also the master's program that I came from. And they are going to be working with us. They started in January and we'll have them through December, but the bulk of their work will be from May through August, where they will be doing a whole lot of work that they're going to tell you about. I'm going to introduce them. We have Emily, Sage, Kayla, and Morgan, and they are going to present to us what they have planned and let you know what's upcoming in this project.
All right. My name's Emily. I know Jess just introduced us, but we are the capstone team from MENV, Masters of the Environment program, that's working on our project with the town of Keystone. And then, Jess, do you want us to share our slides, or will you do that? Because it's not saying we don't have access to share our slides.
We'll give you access and you will be able to share. Just a moment. Sorry.
Oh, perfect. Okay, great. All right. You want to just go to the next slide? Okay, so Kayla will start us off.
Yeah, so we figured hopefully you guys could just get to know us a little bit better. And so I guess my background, I'm coming from Seattle, Washington. I did my undergrad at the University of Washington. I have a public health degree in food systems, nutrition, health, and American Indian studies. I worked heavily within the urban indigenous community in Seattle. I myself am Oglala Lakota, so I'm happier to be a little bit closer to the homelands in the Black Hills. In the MENV program, I'm particularly specializing in environmental policy and sustainable food. Why I'm doing an outdoor recreation project, not really sure, but I do love field work and I'm really excited to be utilizing GIS in this project, especially. A lot of my jobs have been food systems focused. However, I'm excited to see a little bit more of outdoor recreation industry and the environment in Colorado. So super happy to be here. Nice to meet you all.
Hey there, I'm Morgan. I'm also from out of town, like Kayla, but the other direction. I'm from Chicago. I moved to Boulder in 2019 to get my undergrad, also at CU Boulder, in philosophy. I'm really passionate about building and connecting communities and the intersection of the built environment and well-being. So I'm really interested in using the signage and wayfinding plan as a way to help Keystone connect those 5 different neighborhoods and help, foster the sense of community up in Keystone. In the MENV program, I'm focusing on urban resilience and sustainability, and then environmental and natural resource policy. But I'm really interested in local government work in my career path. I have a lot of experience in Evanston, where I grew up, and then here in Colorado. And as well, I did a study abroad in Guatemala, where I did some local government work with them as well. So I'm super excited to work with the town of Keystone on this signage and wayfinding plan. Great to meet you all.
And again, I'm Emily. I grew up in Massachusetts and graduated undergrad from the University of Vermont with my bachelor's of science in psychology. And then I worked for 5 years in Boston at a hospital and an ophthalmology clinic. And then I decided it was time to go back to school. And now I'm in the sustainability in the outdoor industries specialization for the Masters of the Environment program. And I'm just very excited to really dive into what the outdoor recreation assets are that Keystone has, and just I know how important it is, and you know how much of a privilege it is to have access to the outdoors, and I just want to help with making it easier to use, like which is why we're trying to develop this plan for the town. But it's great to meet everybody.
All right. And I'm Sage. Just like Morgan, I also went to CU for undergrad, where I studied art practices. I am born and raised in Denver, but I feel like I heard someone earlier mention Grand Lake, but I worked up in Grand Lake for the past 6 years, doing miscellaneous different things. And then I also don't have that much experience in the workforce, but I'm super active and I get out and about around Colorado, currently on the tri team. But with this project, I'm really interested in the intersection between art and the environment. So whether that comes into the signage design, and the kind of GIS analysis that we're doing, and the mapping. So kind of seeing how that all ties together. And then looking at kind of the stakeholder engagement and how we can get individuals involved within our project. So that's a little introduction.
Yes, I feel like when we did this last week, when we had a progress presentation for our capstone, we had to give a pretty intensive background for Keystone just for folks unaware, but I feel like I don't have to do that for this one. So I'll save your time, but mostly the background and context I think we're really looking at focusing on is obviously the outdoors and nature, but really honing in on the different outdoor recreation that will support you all in the town during the shoulder season when it's not snow season, especially with the unprecedented weather we've had and the low snowpack. Really want to focus on that Snake River asset next to the community path, as well as just the hiking and making sure that that is accessible for any type of recreator, whether biking or hiking or just a family in Keystone visiting for the weekend, especially for the 5 neighborhoods that are in Keystone, really trying to see, is there any way we can connect them a little bit better? So I think that's pretty good for a background.
Yeah, so given that background and sort of the need for connectivity, and also some of the pedestrian safety concerns, we're really hoping for 2 impacts for our project. The first impact is more of a short-term impact, just clarifying and improving the visibility of the recreation and community paths, and then those assets which are nearby, like Kayla was mentioning, the Snake River and those hiking trails. And we're hoping this can also help to lead to more connectivity, because a lot of the infrastructure is there. People just don't necessarily know how to use it. So even just putting up a sign might help with that larger goal. And then our long-term impact, we're hoping to assist the town in establishing an identity that's distinct from the ski resort. We think this could also strengthen a sense of community and also support those shoulder seasons that Kayla was talking about. And in order to achieve those impacts, we have 3 main deliverables. We have the signage and wayfinding plan, which is going to be an internal planning document, a GIS story map and dashboard, which is going to be used both internally and externally, and then a final report just kind of summarizing what this project has looked like for us. May I get the next slide, please? So for the signage and wayfinding plan, on what I believe is your left, there's an example from the town of Eagle. They just recently redid their wayfinding plan. Like I said, this is going to be an internal planning document that's laying out the current conditions and then a future vision of the wayfinding elements that are on the community and recreation path. So that includes things like signs, maps, like a kiosk for any kind of information, those kinds of things. And then we're also going to include design, mock-ups, and guidelines for materials, colors, locations, and implementation. And we're hoping this is going to be a really practical and achievable for the local officials at the town to implement basically as soon as we give it to you. And then Kayla is going to talk about the GIS dashboard next.
Yeah, so I'm particularly excited about this one. This is a really using GIS, a story map and a dashboard is a really easy way to basically convey information to folks in a really accessible manner, especially to all ages. We're hoping that this will go on y'all's website at some point. And we're excited because Sage and I right now are actually in a GIS course in our classes. And we're hoping that that will give us the full technical skills to be able to create a really cool layered GIS map for folks to see different things. And so not only maps of, where are paths and where are access points, but where are historical markers or, items like that, where maybe parks or where is restroom access, where's parking. Items like that will hopefully appear on the map. And then for the story aspect, we're hoping to tell y'all a story. You have a really rich history of obviously mining and logging, and that created a lot of economic vitality and what is mountain towns in Colorado. So we're hoping to tell that story as well as a little bit of a story through an indigenous lens. And I'm hoping to see we're not sure how that will play into this storyline, but it's something I'm hoping to at least try and figure out, at least to help Jessica start building relationships with folks. I know you guys have the Keystone Policy Center and some folks that might be a good connection point for that. This is going to take time. We're going to be reaching out to folks. I think there's like a historical archive society or something, and just a lot of background research. I myself am not from Colorado, so I'm totally new to just the whole area, the state and the area of Keystone. So lots of research to be done, but as students, we're pretty good at that. And we're excited to create multiple rough drafts before it ever gets to the point of the story map, let alone the website for the town of Keystone. But this will hopefully serve as a really accessible resource for, like I said, folks visiting for a weekend and like asking, what does the town of Keystone have to offer? What's the history of this area, as well as even niche items like what are the plants in the area? What are local animals I might see? We just did a visit this past Saturday and we saw a cool sign. It was like, oh, moose in the area. I was like, this is so cool. So things like that will also be on the story map.
Yeah, thanks, Kayla. And then the last deliverable, like I said, it's just going to be this final summary report, which is going to explain our process and findings for those other two major deliverables, and address our research process as well as the community engagement that we're going to tell you a little bit more about our plans for that, and as well as any recommendations for implementation and funding resources. Stuff like that will be in the final report. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about what's been going well so far. Nope. Sorry, I forgot. Emily's going to talk about methodology.
All right, so I just want to give you a little bit more background on what we're doing right now and our plans, what our plans are going to look like over the summer and heading into the fall. So basically what we've been doing over the past 3 or so months is we've been conducting our own research, doing a literature review. We're looking at all of the stuff, as you know, that Jess was a part of, the RTAP program. So we have been looking over that document, the community action plan that was developed from that. We've also been looking at the comprehensive plan draft, which I know is going to be adopted very shortly. And then we're also looking at case studies that just to get an idea of other mountain towns or other towns in general that have successfully implemented signage and wayfinding plans and seeing, things that they've implemented that might work well for the town of Keystone. And then we've also been doing some qualitative research. We've been setting up interviews with subject matter experts and career professionals to also help inform how we might want to design our signage and wayfinding plan in the GIS story map. And then we've gone on a few walking tours. The first one was back in February, which we did ourselves, which was all of our first time to Keystone. So that was very eye-opening. We definitely understood that it is confusing to find your way around the paths, the community and rec path specifically. And then we actually just this past weekend were led by Lindsay Hirsch on a walking tour, which was very great to have that experience. He provided a lot of great information and things that we might not have known if we had only walked around by ourselves. And then we're also going to review or add any asset inventory and mapping. And then we really want to highlight the stakeholder engagement that we plan to do because we really think it's an important part of bringing this plan to life because we know that the town of Keystone is very connected and they have a strong sense of identity. We just want to bring it to life. So one thing that we're trying to get off the ground by May 1st actually is our survey. So basically what we're trying to do with this survey is we're trying to get an idea of who's using the rec path, how often they use it, just an idea of, just to get more information on that part of things. And we also want to get input on where people are confused, where they might like to see signage or improved signage. And a really key part of this survey is we actually are gonna have a part of it where people who are filling it out can take a photo of an area of confusion, and it'll actually upload it to a map and drop a wayfinding point. So once we collect all this data, we might see overlaps of where people are confused, and they might provide feedback that we haven't thought of, which is why we really want to engage with the community members. So we're very excited to get that started on May 1st. And you might, if you use the pass yourself, you might see the signs that we've created to put along the paths just to advertise our survey. You might also see flyers advertising this survey in some of the local shops and cafes in town. We're also planning on tabling at some of the events in the town of Keystone. So the first one coming up for us is the town cleanup day. So we're very excited about that. We plan to talk about our project and our survey that we're gonna already have going on at that time, and just really engage with the community members and get to know just everyone better. And then we're also planning on attending the Bacon and Bourbon Festival, again, just to continue the engagement with the community and just encourage people to fill out our survey and just give a better idea of what our project's all about. And then we are also planning to do later in the summer a feedback session, which we're not quite sure what that's going to look like yet, but just another round of feedback, maybe after we look at the results from the survey and what people are looking for in terms of this plan. We might present some of those results and see if we're on the right track with where we want to go with the plan. And then I'm gonna hand it off to Morgan just to talk a little bit more about the walking audit that we plan to do in the summer.
Yeah, thanks, Emily. So Emily mentioned a couple of walking tours that we've done. We're also planning to do a walking audit, which is a little bit different. Walking audit is really a very conscious and in-depth observation and evaluation of existing infrastructure and the walkability of a given place. So it's used a lot in safe route to school programs for school children. You walk with the kids on their way to school and sort of see, is it a safe place for kids to be walking? So I'm sort of hoping to use this tool internally within our team. We're gonna have a 1 or 2 day walking audit where we basically evaluate the whole recreation and community path very systematically, like writing down everything that we notice, where we think we might need a sign. And we're really excited to sort of dig in on the details on that. I'm also looking at potentially holding a similar event for community members to get some of their more detailed feedback. It is potentially time intensive, but we're hoping that sort of taking a walk with people, along a part of the path where they travel normally, we can get some insights of things that we wouldn't notice just going the 4 of us without having that context. So that's also something that we're hoping to implement as part of our stakeholder engagement and research. Now I'm actually going to talk about what's going well, I think. No, I'm not. Thank
So
you.
that's the end of just a introduction and overview of our project and the exciting things that we have planned coming up for the rest of the spring and the summer. So we hope you enjoyed it.
Thanks. Does anyone on the council have any questions? Councilmember Kerr.
Thank you. Thanks ahead of time for not only your work and your assistance to us, but also creative ideas and bringing in things that you've learned from other case studies. That'll be rewarding for us all. When you speak of qualitative data, are you talking to the Planning and Zoning Commission and to the Trails and Open Space Committee? Because I know the second one, the Trails Committee, for instance, has already started down this path. And I'm aware that there's a video, walking video, so to speak, that could be helpful. Are you tied into those?
I personally haven't heard of the walking video yet, but we are planning on reaching out to the Trails and Open Space Advisory Board to get their, not only their input, but I believe they are interested in helping us carry out any research that we're trying to do, or getting the community involved with filling out our survey initially.
I feel confident that that will happen. They are a very motivated group.
Awesome.
Let me ask a quick question. Well, will this be going through Trails and Open Space, similar to what the comp plan did, going through the Planning Commission?
They are certainly going to be involved. I don't know if you had thoughts on how we would formalize it.
I haven't had thoughts on that yet.
You may want to think about that, since I know they're also been tasked to look at wayfinding and the rest.
Yeah, we've had discussions with them about how Trails and Open Space and this project can try to occupy two different parts of research and exploration, as opposed to just overlapping content. So we're going to have the same opportunity for the students to present to Trails and Open Space, and then start to get them involved and task them with helping with some of the projects.
Yeah, I would, for one, would certainly like to have a Trails and Open Space recommendation coming forward to us on implementation of any plan.
And I think that part of it is these 4 students all mentioned they hadn't been to Keystone before. There are a couple of site visits, which I think is great, right? Coming from a fresh perspective. But at the same point, there might be things that they don't, like, quite frankly, you don't know what you don't know, right? And so that might be helpful just to get the Trails and Open Space 30-second mindset on it.
And let me go to here, and I know Carol.
One of the questions I guess I have, because I know you're talking about inventorying the assets, the trails, and this might be Trails and Open Spaces doing this. And as we know, trails are owned, managed, maintained by lots of different organizations. Where is that inventory being built? I mean, so that we know who does what.
We primarily have that determined through the asset maps that we got from the county MOU. It determines maintenance responsibilities. So we have that figured out.
No, you don't. You have you have the responsibilities laid out, what's county responsibility and town responsibilities laid out in the MOU. We're talking about individual portions of trails responsibilities, which is, when you get to the center part of Keystone, a hodgepodge.
And this 10 feet is us, this 10 feet is the county.
Right.
Yeah, we're not inventorying private trails and private, we're only inventorying public easements, public access points. Okay, well, then that begs my other question, because I think this group, I think we want to use some of those trails, like the one that's on the south side of the marsh area that connects to the gondola to Alders. Yeah, it's a really nice trail, but I think it's managed by one of the HOAs. Durham's Dash. Now, I mean, that's an asset I think that we will want to use. Well, what this will identify is those missing sections. Okay, if that's a private trail owned and maintained by Durham Dash and doesn't have a public access easement on it, that's a missing section in our trail system. And that's what this plan will help us identify, that our trail ends here. And then it's open space and trails who would weigh in and say, there's a private trail already built right here. The council should look into acquiring a town easement on that. Well, that's the question. Is anybody inventorying things like that? Right now, we're not. First, we're inventorying
What exists and
Well,
then
yeah.
who owns.
okay.
Yeah, it is on the Trails and Open Spaces radar, and what they're currently doing is going segment by segment of the community path and the rec path and looking at things like that. Where are gaps? What do we need to fill those gaps and make better connections? And so it's going to be a process of building out that inventory over time. And this is an aid in that, and also a way to say, hey, before we have a connection from rec path to this trail, we could at least suggest a sign here that directs people that this exists. So I think it's an interim step while we're working through the full inventory.
Yep.
Then I'll go back to Carol.
All right. One thing that I just wanted to call out is during one of the presentation slides, one of you all noted that the main focus is on shoulder season. I think that it's important that we really focus on the trails through their entire cycle of the year, and especially a lot of the trails right now would be used in the summer, and so it's not only shoulder season. It's honestly 365 days a year. So just kind of level setting, I guess, on that one. And then another quick question. A couple times at the beginning, y'all noted 5 neighborhoods in Keystone. What are those 5 neighborhoods to you? Because and there might be a technical definition that I'm just not aware of. So if you could maybe explain what those 5 neighborhoods are and how they're defined, or why you've defined those 5.
They were given the RTAP Community Action Plan as a starting point, and I think that's probably where this came from. At the time, the community kind of said, here's the major nodes that are in the community where there's residential or commercial built around it. I don't think that has to necessarily be set in stone, but the idea that there's Ski Tip, there's River Run, there's Lakeside, there's the ranch. Just to give an example, this is how it was presented, and I'm sure that there's room for growth on how that is.
What are the 5?
What you just
Ski
said.
Tip, River Run, Lakeside.
Specific.
There's certainly another.
Mountain House.
Mountain House, thank you.
Ranch. No, I doubt Mountain House.
maybe not a lot.
Area probably, and ranch.
Yeah,
Mountain House is not in the town.
It's not, but that'd be very silly to leave out of a wayfinding plan if it's not identified as one of the 5 neighborhoods. Even though we all know it's across this divide in the middle of the road, right? Is the town versus not. I think we should still have that being considered a major node.
And our signage needs to address Mountain House as well.
Yeah.
When I looked at early on in the presentation, you showed a map, and I kind of in lines with what the town manager indicated, kind of where the neighborhoods were. What I didn't see was the ranch area in that map. Is the ranch included in this?
yes.
All right, so the connectivity going into the ranch, whether it be on Soda Ridge Trail or Soda Creek Trail, is part of this.
Yes.
And good. And now, first Christy and then Carol.
Okay, thank you. To follow up with Mr. Hagenauer's comment about different times of year, I was wondering if you've looked at strollers, people walking with strollers carefully, just careful footing versus bikes versus independent walkers versus even Nordic or snowshoe, and looking at trails that would be appropriate for each of those. That's one thought.
As of right now, we haven't fully considered that. Primarily, we're focusing on the rec path and the community path,
Okay.
and kind of strictly focusing on the wayfinding and signage, not necessarily how people are using the trail. I know we're gathering that data in our survey, but I don't know at this time how if and how that'll affect, the plan that we come up with in terms
One
of
thing-
yeah.
One thing that would be nice as far as like a deliverable or output, right? You're not obviously going to be able to fix all of the stairs we have in the rec path or anything like that. But if you could call out where, say, somebody who's using a stroller or somebody who's a bicyclist would not be able to get past on our rec path, that would be helpful. And then as part of the wayfinding process, maybe having alternative routes, right? So if I'm a wheelchair user and I come up to this bridge that has 3 stairs going up to it, is there a sign that would be like ADA accessible route is this way or something like that?
Right. Definitely on our walking tour with Lindsay Hirsch the other day. We're by no means professionals in the ADA space, but we did notice some spots that were of concern. However, as much as we do want to include that, it's slightly outside of our scope of work and we only have so much time. But of course, we can talk with Jess about that and see how feasible it is to also incorporate that part. It's not that we don't want to, it's just a time constraint.
Go ahead.
This would be, once again, beyond this. So they're identifying wayfinding locations, wayfinding designs, open space and trails, or council or citizens would identify areas that there are difficulties with for whatever possible reason. And then staff would see, is there an alternative or not? And then staff would come up to council and say, do you want to spend $1.7 million to make this area ADA accessible?
Holding you to that number.
But it's, this is, and then when we do that, we would go back to their format for the signage and put that type of signage in there.
And am I correct or not, that the trails and open space would be again, looking at the community trail and identifying those areas where we have major maintenance and other shortfalls that need to be corrected. So that would really be not this group, but that would be trails and open space.
Yeah, they are absolutely doing that.
Now,
Yeah, hi, I have 2 questions and a comment. What do you have opening for any clear and urgent feedback about a sign that we should have in before, say, September or whenever your project is done? For example, leading you from the community trail to trailheads, just as an example.
So you're asking if we're open to feedback at this time?
Yeah. Will you be monitoring for things that maybe we should be taking action on this summer while you're working?
It's definitely not out of the question. A lot of our project is, once we're done, I don't see actual signs being, on the ground by the trail at that point. We're just coming up with the plan to then be implemented. So I'm not sure what that'll look like, which I think I answered your question, but please let me know if I didn't.
Okay, that'll work.
For example, if I may, Councilmember Kerr.
Yeah.
First thing this spring, we're going to be putting out the dog on beach signs.
That was what I was originally going to ask about, but clearly, if you've expressed interest in the shoulder season, we're telling you it's not just shoulder season. But one of the questions I would have is the linkages between the community and or rec path and some of the trailheads. I don't know that those signs exist. Will you be addressing those? Where
there's an immediate need.
Right.
That's identified not necessarily by these guys, but by people. If it's
identified in any way,
we'll put out a temporary sign until we.
I think that's what I'm going for.
We might change out that sign in a couple of years to match with everything else, but yeah, we're not afraid to put out short-term affordable signs.
And where I'm coming from is I believe in a plan, measure twice, cut once. And so I respect what you're doing, but at the same time, we have this big summer season. We have to take advantage before the snow hopefully comes again. What did you mean when you said you were hoping to help shoulder season. I think that caught everybody's eye and we're trying to get into your heads.
Yeah, I can take this one. This was directly given in the project proposal for us as students. This was something that was requested to address the recreation when it wasn't a popular snow time. I think something else that was told to us was that the town of Keystone is working on building their own identity a little bit separate from the resort, which is owned by Vail Resorts. And so we're coming into this being told this was a recommendation for us to address things like biking and hiking during the summer. So that's why I said that. But absolutely, y'all's identity is tied up in snow sports and that resort. But that was just a directive given to us.
Let me stop you. You have the right idea. Maybe it's the use of the word shoulder season. So we think of that as now, April, May, or September, October. But from you, I'm hearing anything that's not a snow season is in your objective, right?
Right. So maybe there's a wording situation going on here.
Yep, I think it is. Jess will get back to you. Last thing, it's a quick comment. So I used your QR code. It won't work right now. Maybe it's where I am, but I opened it yesterday and it opens to a page that requires a user ID and password. I got right past it, but other people will stop there. You probably don't need that.
Yes, I just had to update the sharing liability for the data that I was using. I had to share it on GIS because I'm using my school account right now. And so in order to make that open to the public, I had to share the data. So it hopefully should be updated by now. I trialed it today with that data now being shared. So it shouldn't ask you to log in. But if it does, let me know because it shouldn't be doing that. But I did update the data as of last night. So.
Okay, thank you.
We'll work out all those things before it's.
I just want them to be aware.
Any other council member Hagan?
Thank you. I'm trying to understand, at one point, I believe Kayla mentioned the indigenous aspect of the history markers. What is, and I'm trying to understand the full scope of the project because we were talking about getting granular with some of these, and then it sounds like it's more going to be visionary, not granular, right? Like, where does the granularity get into, right? Because is part of the scope of this project that they're going to do research on our mining history and develop like signs that we can then put out with all this history there, or is the idea like that was just a question for me, I guess, is where does that historical aspect fit in or not?
My assumption, if I can speak for you, is
the town staff.
Yeah, they're going to give us ideas on, this is what a good interactive historical sign
would look like. Okay.
Are they going to be interfacing with the Summit Historical Society, or who's going to be the experts on this?
Summit Historical.
They are going to talk to the Summit Historical Society and any other stakeholders that anyone can identify would be helpful for them to speak to on history matters. The idea is that they'll identify locations that might be a good place for a historical plaque or a historical sign that could teach people about the history of the town and the area, and then put together a template for this is what a historical sign might look like here. This is the type of content you might to include, or these are the people you need to reach out to in order to get all of that information out
And
there.
then staff would
Get the details.
If
I'm hearing you correctly, they'll identify like points of interest and what a sign might look like. And then or staff would figure out the granular details.
Yep.
Thank you. And then one other question I had, thank you, Mr. Mayor, was from the stakeholder engagement side. I really appreciated that y'all had the town cleanup and the bacon and bourbon, I believe it was, festival. One group that I think might be a little bit missed, and just it's the nature of who they are, is our employee housing areas. And the reason I say this is the people that you are going to work with in the town cleanup and generally with the Bacon and Bourbon Festival, I view them as more recreationalists, right? They want to take the gorgeous walk that meanders by the river. Maybe we'll see a moose, something like that. But I view the employee housing folks as very direction, right? I want to get from point A to point B as fast as possible. And it's the age old adage of college campuses design these nice, gorgeous little walking paths to the center of their campuses, and students are going to go from point A to point B and make a dirt path. And so why I mention this is that really at the end of the day, there's two user groups, I think. Ones that are trying to enjoy the recreation and enjoy the beautiful scenery, and one that are trying to get their butt from point A to point B as soon as possible. Oh, and throw out that it's dark and at night and they're in black uniforms and like things from a safety perspective, right? But you have people that are like trying to be very efficient with their walking. And so that's one group that I didn't necessarily see captured as effectively as I would like. And I believe that Morgan, you might have called out that you were going to be looking into that specifically or related to that. So that was awesome to hear. I just really wanted to highlight that for the group as a whole.
Thank you. I really appreciate you saying that.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, if you want to get in contact with some folks that live in employee housing and walk from point A to point B, I'm pretty sure we can find at least one or two users to give you like a little interview or something like that.
Yeah, I was going to say that would be super helpful, and maybe we can talk to Jess more about that, because definitely one thing I've learned from taking my stakeholder engagement class at school is it's important to get everyone's opinion, and every voice matters. So
Last question.
Okay, thank you so much. So you mentioned the RTAP and you were feeding off of that. I was wondering, when you say walking tours, if you had a full variety of walking tours from the RTAP, or if you would like information about ideas for walking tours. You might be using that term in a different way than I'm thinking, but I would be glad to reach out. You know, we could set up a online call and talk about it.
The walking tours they were talking about was like the walking tours that Lindsay gave them of our past.
They also mentioned the RTAP, and so there was RTAP walking tours. So I didn't know if you've seen that.
Morgan, did you want to take this one or?
Well, I wasn't sure if you were asking about the walking tours or the walking audit, but I do know in what we reviewed the community action plan from the RTAP, they did talk about a walking tour, which was done with Lindsay, and we did most of that when we came up on Saturday. We weren't able to do all of it, but we were able to look at about 5 miles of the whole sort of loop with him. But yeah, I would, if there are like places or people that you think would be interested in the walking audit that I'm working on, I'm definitely open to taking that advice.
Okay, I would like to talk with you about it then.
That's probably something you ought to talk to Jess about, because I don't believe it's within their scope to define a walking tour for Keystone.
I don't think that's the plan, but I know that what Chrissy might be mentioning is the like nature-based walking tours that
They mentioned a few of those, and I was just going to help flesh out the full list. And also just a really big thanks. This presentation is very thorough. It feels very rooted. And I love how you said you were going to bring life to the already community feels that you could sense. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I certainly appreciated the presentation. Thought it was thorough, and it's a good starting point. I look forward to getting updates as you go and getting the final plan back to us for a review and approval, and getting the Trails and Open Space Committee involved in this as well to deconflict. So with that, the next item is the marketing report.
Okay, can somebody pull that up? I'm not linked in.
Yeah,
Sorry, should have said happy. I didn't know who does this. Okay, as she pulls this up, the first slide is going to have 3 names on it. One of them is John, because he's been working with the committee all along, as have I. But I wanted to single out Amy Camp, who's our committee director. Single her out because she is very highly motivated. She had the foresight to work with John to create this destination blueprint I'm about to talk about. And we are lucky to have her. Now, I didn't list everybody on the committee, but I do want to say that everybody on the committee has extensive either destination marketing or general communication experience. We're lucky to have every one of them. What I characterizes them is that they are motivated because they will help their own organization and because they will help us all, the old all boats rise concept. If you want to go, thank you very much. So destination blueprint, you've heard us throw that word around. I wanted to make sure everybody understands what this is. It is, I don't know if there was a value put on it from John originally, but the 100 hours of expert consultancy with somebody who really knows what they're doing out from years of experience is what we're getting. Dave's a good guy. He's easy to work with. He will probably join Amy in making a presentation later in the year or later in the spring. Next, if you will, Gabby. Oh, okay. So his thing and our thing is to customize what we're talking about, especially the goals. He did a lot of work reviewing the RTP and the comp plan community engagement. He's absorbed those, but also he brings in this expertise in working with tourism data. Because it's a CTO, Colorado Tourism Office grant, we have access to specialized data that will help him specifically see our position. Just as a short example, I'm not going to brief everything he would share with you, which he will eventually, but when he did a comparison recently to Colorado-wide ski destinations, those 3 bullets, we're not surprised at the slower weekdays. We may be surprised that our January and February is lower visitation than other ski areas. And it is also surprising to me that Summit County in the state has the least increase year over year. So he'll drill down on what that means to us. I think if you're walking around anywhere here since Easter, you're not surprised at this, what he calls an incredible trough in April and May. It is so quiet here. So anyway, my point here is to let you know that he and the team are looking at these specific, what is the community looking for? What does hard data tell us? Next. Now, this is not his slide. He's never spoken to this. This is mine. But based on the marketing committee's been meeting for over a year, I think. Yeah. Based on that, I wanted to call out what we know, but let me call it out clearly that the in-town businesses have got their own marketing plans. Keystone Resort and now Kindred has their own marketing. And our intent is to do something that doesn't reproduce or take over what they're doing, but complements it. Because if Keystone Resort is bringing in a lot of young day trippers, especially for the new Epic Pass deal, they're not spending the kind of money that would be helpful, as helpful as the 6-day visitors. Next. So this is what Santucci and the marketing committee came up with for the goals. It was definitely colored by a stakeholder meeting we had back in January. It seems like forever ago, maybe it was December, several months ago. And I'm hoping none of that is out of sync with what you would hope for. Am I right? Tell me now, so we can adjust them. Okay, next. I mean, is to be just a quick overview. Okay, he's going to come up with a 3-year strategy. He's kind of broken it into these 3-year objectives with some specifics underneath each of them. I will tell you not to get married to that slide because it is changing. He is refining it even as I speak. We met a few weeks ago on a Monday. He briefed, Santucci briefed John and I and Gabby. 2 days later, he briefed the full committee. He had already refined it to better address international travel in year 3. Well, this is based on how much we can do with respect to the staff available and the money available. We will no doubt come to you sometime, probably during budget season, to increase the budget next year for marketing. But before we do, we want to be able to tell you what we would be funding with that additional dollars.
Thanks, Councilwoman Kerr. Because we're not in a work session, but some of these things. So first off, CMTY events calendar.
Community, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. And then do you know if there's a plan? So when we talk about build photo video library, right?
Gabby's already doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vail Resorts has probably millions of
Yes.
pictures of Keystone.
So let me go back to that committee. When we had this conversation a couple Wednesdays ago, Keystone Research spoke up and said, we have photos that we will share. And Gabby said, and you already have shared. So yes, again, I use that phrase, all boats rise. If A Basin helps us with photos, that helps them as well.
Okay, perfect. I just didn't want to see us hire a photographer to come take pictures of there's already been.
We haven't talked about that. Yeah. Actually, we're very, very fortunate with Gabby. John, did you want to say a word about Gabby's participation?
Yeah, I certainly can. So now that we have a non-clerk clerk of the year and and the clerk, we're transitioning some of Gabby's job over into marketing, events, and destination marketing. We are doing some education with CSU. She's taking some marketing classes there. So as we build this program, Gabby will be able to step up and really run with it when we get the instruction. We're really lucky that she's able to be so adaptive and flexible and willing to learn. And I think she's going to be, just seeing the work she's put into our community events and the work she's put into our discussions in the month we've had her involved with this I'm impressed with where we're going to be going with Gabby in the future.
Agreed. So if you look at this is a walk, jog, run kind of strategy based on how much money can be available and how persuasive we are in saying how we would use that money. So more to follow. I just wanted to give you a general snapshot of what they're working on. Also, I will pull out one point. We expect to get this from him fleshed out in May. That's the end of his 100 days or 100 hours. I don't want to wait to that till June to start looking at brands. So he's supposed to come back to us soon. I think I mentioned it last time with some recommendations about how to launch an RTP. No, that's not the right word. Request for proposals for brand development, which will be the heart of everything we do. So questions?
Well, one quick question.
Yeah.
Of the Venn diagram chart that you had, you indicated that Vail Resorts markets to day trippers. Doesn't Vail Resorts also market Keystone, particularly in the Midwest and Texas as well?
I can't answer that question. The Keystone Resort gal who's on the committee is focused very much on social media, so that does indeed have a national. I think Dave was reflecting some of the feedback he's heard from the committee. And we know we get a lot of great day trippers up from the Front Range. And if you just look at where they're coming from,
I recognize getting them up, but that showed a marketing focus. And I believe that Vail also markets Keystone as a destination, particularly Midwest and Texas and families.
There will be a lot of overlap. Keystone Resort primarily markets their resort to the Front Range day trippers. They do reach out and try to get the week-long people too.
When you look at, advertisement sticks in my mind, right? When I think of Vail Resorts, and by no means am I a marketing representative of them, but I've gotten an advertisement for them, a New York City-based influencer, their experience of flying out from New York City at 6 a.m., going to Park City because of the proximity to the Salt Lake City airport, doing a day there and flying back. So I think that the manager is correct in that this might be a day tripper from the Front Range, but this isn't a destination day trip.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And maybe it's more about leaning as opposed to Vail Resort, clearly advertises nationally and internationally. Also, we should talk about the Colorado Tourism Office. They have their specific approaches, which they will be changing for this new year based on what's happened with the weather. I don't know how they decide, but when I see ads here in Colorado to go tour in Missouri, it certainly raises my eyebrow, and it makes me wonder, and we'll have to drill down more into what CTO is doing for all of us.
Yeah, and if I can wait, everyone markets to everyone. It's where the focus is. And I think the big difference you're going to see between our plan and Vail Resorts plans are some of the small business plans are really what's being marketed.
Yeah.
We're going to focus more on we're not necessarily focusing on the experiences. We'll talk about a ski resort, but that will make you buy a lift ticket.
Right.
We're focused on the reasons you want to come up here entirely, to walk along the river, to skate on Keystone Pond, to buy a lift ticket and go on the ski hill.
I think 3 out of 4 things are going to tie into Vail Resorts portfolio, right?
Yes.
Ski on the pond, Vail Resorts Adventure Center. Go on a golf trip, Vail Resorts Golf Course. Go on a sleigh ride, Vail Resorts. So it's like, besides walking around the town or going to some restaurants.
Go cross-country ski up in Prue Creek.
Sure.
Take the Forest Service trails around the town.
Cross-country skiing in Keystone's also the Nordic Center. So I think that everything we market can also tie into something they have and could be a float.
My point exactly.
Yeah. I mean,
There's no
Keystone
question about
Resort,
that.
Keystone, there's a reason the town is called Keystone. It's hard to take Keystone Resort out of any considerations or calculations, and we shouldn't. The fact is, Keystone Resort is, whether you have a direct tie to Keystone or not, everyone who owns property up here, owns a business up here, works up here, is in some way tied into Keystone Resort. And it's important that we, like you said, use that tie-in to lift everything.
I think the bottom line is when we take a look at what's going on and where we can make a difference. An example would be Kindred's doing some serious international marketing. We don't need to reproduce that, but we can complement it with helping them understand what other things they can bring it to attention to. So, more to follow, but I wanted to give you a general sense.
I think it's given us a good sense of where you're headed.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to?
Next, did you have something?
No, I thought Dan might want to weigh in.
One of the things that we're talking about, you've heard about the Sister City program, which is an international focus to bring in people that will be here for a week or two versus the day trippers. It kind of goes against a little bit about a 3-year plan, but it's inexpensive to get into. It has good pop appeal, and we will look into that separately, and if it makes sense, we'll bring it back to the
Dan, Avon, I believe, does one with a city in Austria, and
Vail has St. Moritz, Aspen has Davos, Steamboat, somebody in Switzerland. Estes Park has one, Beaver Creek in Lech, Austria.
let's talk offline. I have something for you.
Thank you.
Now turn it back to the manager for the administrative approvals.
Okay, and I'm going to pass this right off to our attorney, Jennifer Mattson, with Jess Hertzberg, our town planner.
Sure, I'll get started. So this report was prepared to discuss the Class 2 approval process. This Class 2 administrative approval process was established by ordinance in 2024 and includes the call-up process, which was designed to increase council awareness and oversight of smaller scale land use decisions like accessory dwelling units, temporary use permits, special events, and other uses with limited impacts. Since the call-up process was established, it has only been used once, raising the question of whether it remains the best approach for these types of applications. And so staff is asking council to provide feedback on this process to better understand council's preferred level of involvement and oversight in these types of decisions. The current process involves placing Class 2 approvals on the consent agenda, which requires extra staff time to prepare the materials and might give the impression that council is tasked with affirming administrative decisions. In similar towns, these approvals are final at staff level with the option for applicants to appeal to council without discretionary call-ups, but other municipalities handle this differently. For instance, Dillon does not allow discretionary call-ups, but provides an appeal route. Frisco allows call-ups for certain decisions with a minimum of 2 council members requesting it, and Breckenridge limits call-ups to specific planning director decisions and not administrative approvals. And so what staff is seeking is for council's feedback on whether the current approach is still reflective of your preferences for involvement. And while there are no direct financial impacts from this discussion, the process affects staff workload and approval timelines. In the report, there are 3 options presented to move forward, and we would like to know what your preferences are and ask for direction moving forward with Class 2 administrative approvals.
If I can weigh in a little bit here, the reason we're bringing this up is, well, kind of because of the confusion we often have when we have these items on our agenda at meetings. These are decisions that have been made and are final decisions, but it creates confusion among our people over whether the decision was final coming out of the office or if it's a town council decision. The Warren Station situation recently. And we've had, as Jess said, just one call up, and that was the short-term rental out by Elk Crossing, the very large one. And council on that eventually, what happened was the criteria for this decision was explained to council. Why it met was explained to council, and after the hearing, council went along and endorsed the decision in the first place. There's times and reasons for council to question what's happening, but in these administrative decisions, they're not discretionary decisions for all intents and purposes being made by staff. They're decisions that are dictated given the facts of the situation. So a call-up is a pretty radical situation, especially if the person who, if any of our citizens have concerns about this decision, there is an appeals process which eventually would get in front of the council.
Thoughts?
Well, I had a couple. I mean, the first one I wanted to ask though, about the Warren Station one, you brought that specifically. Was that, did we call that up?
No.
Yeah, that wasn't a call.
No, but it created a lot of confusion among our public comments, thinking that there was going to be a council decision that night on whether.
Okay. Well, the other question I had is, I actually like the second option, but I think the reference once was to ADUs, where ADUs might be legal, and so therefore, in staff it would say, yeah, we approve those. But I know that that's one item that council had said we'd like to discuss. How would that something like that work? If somebody wants to.
Well, I thought council wanted to discuss the general concept of ADUs entirely And this would be like an individual parcel putting in an ADU.
Right.
So if, let's say you had two neighbors and they both put in ADUs and both were approved, although do we even have an ADU program?
Not explicitly.
Okay, so if we had two ADUs right next to each other approved and council called up one of them, but not the other, it would send a really mixed message and signal out. If there's an issue with ADUs, I think it really should be addressed at a more global level. We might allow certain neighborhoods or zones to have them, but I don't think council should necessarily be making a distinct, calling up lot by lot, because the criteria for approval, if we had it, would not
I
be.
agree. My point is, I just remember we had discussion about this probably a year ago. ADU was the item that we said it might be legal and encouraged, certainly across the state, but the council wanted to hear about any ADUs that were potentially to be approved and you're right, we probably should have a more broad discussion. But I just wanted to know how, if I decided to put an ADU in my backyard and it met the criteria for square footage or whatever, right now, I assume it would be approved and we'd never see the council.
Even if we saw it and it met all of the criteria for approval and we disapproved it, you would sue us in court and we would lose.
Okay, I want to understand that.
Sure.
Thank you. To that end, I agree. I remember that this entire ordinance was based on one council member's request to have a better handle on what was going on with ADUs, which we had not talked globally about. And I don't know when that's going to happen, but it's not going to happen this week. So I want to ask Councilmember Sullivan's question a different way. If we were to call up, say, a decision on a sign or an ADU, then what you're saying is that would mean that the council, if after the discussion, they disagreed with the staff, we have the authority to do that, but the mayor is advising us that that would leave us open to lawsuits. Is that?
Unless, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, we had the one particular item that was called up, and I recall that discussion. It was very uncomfortable for council because you had the call up of the planning department's decision to approve that short-term rental because it was criteria A through E or whatever the criteria was. And the applicant clearly met all of the criteria. And then you had people providing public comment, encouraging council not to approve it. And your hands were tied because the applicant met all of the criteria. There was no room for discretion. There was no room for leeway. And so it creates a difficult situation for council to be considering an item when there isn't any ability really to deny it. And so then if the denial does happen, then the applicant can appeal that decision to the district court and say that the denial was wrongful because I met all of the criteria.
Okay, I remember that council meeting very well. I'm not sure if it was uncomfortable. I'd say it was very educational at the time. We learned a lot about it. And the answer is probably that global approach to such situations. But at a certain point, there will be some element of subjectivity, will there not?
Well, and you will, after you approve your comp plan, you will be going into changes for your land use code.
And when you go into changes for your land use code, that will be the opportunity to decide what items you want to have as administrative review, what decisions you want to be decided by your planning and zoning commission, and which ones you want to be decided by town council. And then you will have criteria. And for decisions that are by council or the planning and zoning commission, there will be discretionary criteria.
So let me just follow up on that comment. John, manager.
Call me John.
John. Give us an idea of when you think we will start doing that. Not holding you anything. Give me an idea.
This is going to be second half of this year. Hopefully starting in July, we'll be addressing land use code. Our new community development director comes on board May 4th. And shortly thereafter that, we'll have the comp plan and then we get to dive into that bowl of spaghetti.
Okay. Do we have any ADUs in this town right now?
Yes.
We do.
Right in the entrance to North Fork.
Right. Well,
Just the one.
North Fork, no, Joan Holton's home has an ADU associated with it, but the
It's
garage.
an internal one, right?
Following up, that's when we might start working on this.
Yeah.
When would we be through it to establish such?
It's harder.
About 300 years from now.
Ah,
But I expect to have a complete code. I'm hoping by the end of this year, beginning of next year. However, that will constantly
cycle.
Yeah.
Getting back to this specific item, perhaps you mentioned the hybrid approach. And I assume that hybrid approach would be we would continue to get our notifications as we receive now. If a council member were to choose to say, hey, I'd like to see this called up, we have on our agenda an item called Planning Matters. Council member who wanted it to be called up could then communicate to the staff. I'm going to bring this up in Planning Matters to be called up for whether the council determine whether the council wants to call up this item or not. And then it would be addressed at that point. And what would go away would be the listing in the consent agenda and the staff work associated with preparing that consent agenda. And if you look at that, the staff report that we have, it's a regurgitation of stuff that happens. All of them are very similar. And all of the information that we need to determine whether we want to call something up, whether we've heard community input that says, hey, I'm concerned about this decision. All of that's in the application that is referenced in the staff report, and we'll have that before even a council meeting happens.
Can I confirm what you just said? Is that the document, the emails that we get before the meetings? Is that what you're talking
Yes,
about?
I'm talking about.
So we'll have awareness.
When an approval is made, as a class 2 approval, I send a notice of action to council, and that is the notification of an approval being made.
So what does it look like? And I'm just going to use the example with the emergency plan that was grossly out of date. And quite frankly, my view of that is the only reason we didn't call that up and reverse that decision was because of the timeline. It would have absolutely, and quite honestly, our trust in our partner, Vail Resorts, to make that right. Our partner that way in town to make it right. But I guess my concern is if it's a different person or organization that we don't necessarily have as much of a relationship with, and it's just a notice of action, it won't be on as much of our forefront and actually something we review or are aware of every time. I guess that's my concern. I like the hybrid approach, but I'm concerned that those notice of actions will just get lost and not.
If I may weigh in, I don't think that emergency plan was grossly out of date. I think it had some incorrect names, but the positions were correct. I think in the result of an emergency, that plan was not an inadequate plan. You still would have contacted the COO of the resort. in any given time, a plan might come in, the COO might change even between, in which
I
case.
disagree. They were calling the medical center a seasonal place, and that hadn't been true.
Let's not hash out this. That's the point.
But the real point is, and what I want to make here is, that was a bad situation. That was a staff mistake. I'll take the full blame for that. We didn't dive into that enough, and we'll just have to make sure we're much more careful on documents like that. I want to go back to the mayor saying I like his idea of discussing it at planning, but I don't see it as a call up to make a decision so much as you're discussing how did they meet these criteria, how was it approved, and if a problem is identified there, right, either in the application of the criteria or with just the general criteria itself, which will be the much more likely situation, then we can bring it as a council meeting to discuss the global problem.
Would I be able to possibly propose, and I'm sorry, Councilmember Parma, I know you got your hand up. One small thing based on that, right, is I think for me, it's just not having it listed there. Could I propose a slight amendment to what the mayor suggested in the planning matters? We just list like previous administrative action, this, and this was approved. And then that way, like kind of.
What you're saying though, is you don't have the ability to receive an email and keep track of it for 2 weeks before the next council meeting.
What I'm saying is it keeps that section of the year kind of together, right?
Section of the 2 weeks.
My issue with that is, once again, not with you, but with the people out there who will think that you are going to make a decision based on something outside the criteria.
Okay, I'm not going to die in this hill.
Let me, you can go to the attorney.
So I just want to think through the proposed process and how that would work, because we will have to amend the ordinance. So the planning department will send an email saying notice of action. And then if the council member wants to consider it for call up, then we would need to have a time frame. Well, think about whether we would have a time frame.
Same time frame that you have a time frame for the time frame that was set up in the current ordinance. I'll make sure that we have one council meeting. Always will have one council meeting that occurs after we get that notice.
But will you want to have the council member tell staff by Friday at 5 o'clock? I mean, do you have anything on the agenda or not?
No.
Okay.
It would be up to the council member when they receive the notice to review that notice and make a decision whether they think it ought to be called up. I'd recommend if they thought it ought to be called up in planning matters, they'd mention it to the staff, but it'd be up to that council member then to raise that during planning matters for consideration of the council and to have the discussion the town manager discussed. In cases like the council member Hagenow pointed out, that was clearly it wasn't to run a hearing on that call up. Remember, we go to quasi judicial. We then have to very formally go through each of those criterias when the real issue is they need to fix the friggin' plan.
But if we didn't say anything at the meeting, who would have caught it?
That was I believe that was an aberration. And as the town manager mentioned, there was a staff screw up. They shouldn't have approved it. That should have been corrected in the staffing process that happened. And remember, we were in a transition period at that time.
Understood.
And a group of other things. And that's the only one we found where we had that gross of a problem. Councilmember Permit.
So 2 questions. One, you've got to see the email. If you have a concern, bring it up. Conceivably, that has to be brought up by what deadline?
The next council meeting.
Okay, so that you could bring it up at the council meeting. Okay. And then.
But I would encourage you.
Yeah, obviously it's better to do
contact
it
the
sooner.
staff as soon as possible let them know. If you have questions, contact the staff, and they may be able to answer your questions even before the council meeting, and you don't even bring it up.
So referencing our other case example here of that SDR that was brought up, discussed, and let stand, is that, was that a level 2? Would that have gone out on email?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Yeah.
Could I ask a clarification?
Sure.
If a matter is brought up during planning matters without notifying staff ahead of time, we will not have had time to prepare a staff report or any materials. Do you have a preference for ensuring that that either does or does not happen?
I would encourage the council member to contact the staff and let them know they plan to bring it up. So that gives staff time to prepare. But at that point, even your staff material that you provide doesn't provide a lot of additional information in there. And you would then discuss whatever the concerns were during planning matters. There'd be a discussion versus additional preparation material.
And as I said, I believe most of the problems with this are going to be with the fundamental criteria, not the application of the criteria, which is it's extra time on your parts if you want to look into that. And when Jess sends the email and said, we called these up, and you go, oh, that's something, it's not a signed permit. We're talking about something very different. Can I see the packet? And that's where we would identify the criteria. You bring it up at the meeting, and we would work on finding a solution.
I think I've said in the past a number of times that I have a problem with the consent agenda concept, where we approve something without even articulating what it is we approve of. I think this is a good example of where we can start. And I'd like to give an example. I went to John a few weeks ago when the, the Warren Station had been brought to our attention. And I said to him, thinking of calling this up, I don't intend to question the decision that was made. I just want to know some of the information. There was a couple specific questions I had about what the Planning and Zoning Commission looked at. And you explained to me that we don't have an option to change that it was a final decision, and then you answered my questions. I feel that that would have been better if we had done it under a planning matters. And because you brought our attention to it, I'm not questioning this decision necessarily, but as council members who are asked about these things when we're out and about, it makes us more knowledgeable when necessary.
Yeah, and my support for changing this is not to make it less public, it's to make it less confusing to the public.
Yeah. And all these materials are available online,
Yes, yeah.
right, on your site. Okay.
And she provides a link to those materials.
Yeah.
Notice.
So I had a follow-up based on that Warren Station item. That was a class 4 decision approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Right.
And so the staff report or the discussion item was really focused on class 2, but we can change the procedure also for class 4 as well, if that's what council desires.
Take one step at a time. We're looking at class 2 here.
Am I right? Do other towns review class 4s? Or they treat them the same way as a class 2?
I think it depends, but it's, they are administrative plus kind of review. So it really depends. You could handle it the same way where you still have the option of calling it up, but not have it listed on the consent agenda.
I would be in favor of that. As a hybrid option, the reason I would lean towards just eliminating the requirement, but I think the hybrid option provides us a little bit more flexibility to be able to address constituent concerns that may arise and if something is pointed out where there may be some question on how the staff applied the criteria, it gives that the council could then decide, yes, this is worth bringing up, but recognizing that at that point, we are really taking a hard look at whether the criteria were appropriately applied in that situation. Councilmember Parmet.
I'm liking the hybrid proposal because I think what I'm hearing from everyone is, first of all, council wants situational awareness.
Yeah.
That's super useful.
Yeah.
Two, on the rarest of occasions, and it should be rare because we have a good staff and they do good work. There may be a need to call something up due to unusual levels of concern. And that's something that we can reserve with the hybrid option, but doing it in a way that results in the least staff work and time impacts on council. And I think the hybrid solution meets those three goals.
And I think in the case, again, where Councilmember Hagan now pointed out, and it was a very good catch, of that type of thing could have potentially been handled directly with staff and say, whoops, we missed it. They go back to whoever the submitter voluntarily agrees to submit, and things just goes forward. And that's in essence the approach we ended up taking with it, but as we're going forward. So.
And if you don't have time, and it happens, you don't get it to staff before the meeting, at least this way in planning discussion, you can ask staff why, as opposed to making it look like you're making a decision, just why. And if there is a problem, then we move on from there.
Okay, just to clean it up, I think that there's I'm picking up a consensus, and I would agree with the hybrid. But the other outstanding item was, I think it was Leo or somebody said, requires two people to call it up versus one.
We're saying, no, it's not a call up for one. And this is just bringing it to the council so the council could take a vote of whether to call it.
But if we wanted to call it up, then it would still require two.
No, it would require a vote of the council, just like it is today.
So the two, the reference that was
Frisco.
That was just an example.
I mean, I don't know. People do things different, but my recommendation is it's a majority decision of the council president. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
It's fair.
I think we're agreed.
Are we in agreement with that? Class 2s and class 4s in that area? Like all the guidance you need for the changes?
2s and 4s, you said?
2s and 4s, yeah. So in other words, Warren Station would fall into that same category.
So maybe before we go further, we should understand what is class 2. I see a list. Is there a definition? And what is class 4? So we know what we're voting on?
I'm confused where class 4 just got wrapped into that.
Well, they brought up.
I had brought up Warren Station,
That was.
which turned out to not be a class 2.
Yeah, class 4.
And the mayor proposed that we include class 4.
No,
We didn't
I'm
understand.
comfortable with 2.
When we bring an ordinance, because this will take an ordinance changes to, we'll have all that information. We can
We can discuss it right now, whether we want to include that in the
Well,
ordinance.
except we don't have a list of class 2s or class 4s.
So there's no definition. It's a matter of lists.
There are a number of criteria that changes whether an application is class 2 or class 4. Both involve criteria for approval in order to make the decision. Class 2 is an administrative approval, and class 4 goes through the Planning and Zoning Commission. So there's a review authority.
Shall we keep it clean to the class 2 that was presented to us today?
I'm very comfortable with that.
I think it's almost more important that when the Planning and Zoning Commission holds a public hearing and makes a decision, that's a whole appointed board with statutory and charter authority granted to it. And it gets really confusing when you've had a public hearing in front of a quasi judicial board and they've made decisions as a quasi judicial board. And then you're saying, but we as a council will also ask it. Right. Yeah.
But my understanding when I was on the planning board and as of now is that it was a process. It went to planning, then went to council for more or less final oversight.
No.
I'm not going to say approval, but there was some kind of eyes on it.
What you're referring to where it gets placed on the council agenda was added in the ordinance that was passed as an additional oversight for council to have.
Which is what we're talking about
So
today.
specific with class 2.
We're looking at amending that. And as far as class 4 without that ordinance, it ends at the planning commission.
Unless it's
So
appealed.
that is why we're bringing up this option is this still the right way to move forward?
I completely agree with class 2. With what I know for right now, without the full list, would not be in support of class 4 is where I am.
And I ask why.
Because I think that and I remember having a conversation with Lindsay about this and I forget exactly what he said, but he basically was like, if it's a class 4 decision, you're going to see it for sure. Like it's something that's big enough where it's going to come to council. Right. And to some degree of that, I think that the consent agenda where it's set up now is that, eyes on it, if you will.
As someone who was a planning commissioner under these county regulations before, and after we'd spend serious devoted time hearing evidence in a quasi judicial meeting, and then have the Board of County Commissioners overturn that decision or completely discount the work we as a planning and zoning commission went into making that decision, it's tough to want to stay a planning commissioner when your authority is consistently being undermined.
And consistently, I don't think is a word I would use for all.
It happened. It was when I was a planning commissioner. There was a lot of consistency, and
that's unfortunate for that time frame. But I think that we would have. I think it depends on the board, right, at the point, but we have not used that in a consistent manner to overturn staff decisions or planning board commission decisions.
And plus, how would the call-up go in a level 4 attorney? Would it then require another public hearing, or would the council have to make the decision kind of like an appellate court based upon the evidence presented at the first public hearing?
I believe it is a de novo review, I think. De novo would be a new, let me just look at this really quick.
Once that process is everything that the planning commission approves, basically, we don't trust you. It comes to us to.
I don't think it's a matter of not trust. It's a matter of a reviewing. If it were an appeal, we would act in an appellate position to bring additional sets of eyes and perspectives on a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Not adding a system, we're talking about removing a system that exists.
But we were the ones who put
that system in. That's very uncommon in most towns. To tell the truth.
Which one are you talking about now? The 2 or the 4?
Both.
Oh, we're both with it at the same time.
Does the ordinance that we now have refer to class 4? I thought
Yes,
we were
it does.
only talking about class 2.
Okay.
Having been on the other side of one of these, when you go to the planning and zoning, and this was another municipality, but their position was that they were giving a recommendation to council because it was a major subdivision. Is that a different category?
When that can happen as well, when you have a 2-step process.
And whose decision is it to make it a 2-step process?
That's when you write your land use code. You decide that you want to have that 2-step process. You want to have planning commission review, and they're the ones that
Make an informed recommendation.
Exactly. and then the town council makes the final decision.
In those cases, generally, the process only calls for one public hearing. The two public hearings is a pretty large burden to put on.
In this particular
any-
case, they had multiple public hearings, which were necessary.
Well,
So-
public hearings are public
Or public
Yes.
input.
input. Is,
He's talking about formal public hearing,
Talking about-
quasi judicial.
So again, I wouldn't change our laws just because somebody else does, but
We did change our laws because the county does, compared to how most other communities don't require two quasi judicial hearings for almost anything.
okay, but that's a different conversation. So you are going to spell out what class 4 is when you propose an ordinance, a new ordinance? So we know what we're voting on?
And,
Yes.
and if we, at that point and we'll bring it as a first reading to council versus consent agenda.
Right.
And at that reading, we can, if we decide that we don't want to have class 4, we can pull the class 4 out. That's what I would agree with.
I would agree with
And with the hybrid approach.
With the hybrid approach.
Okay.
We kicked the class 4 thing, discussion until we have the full definition of what a class 4 is and understand what the decision. All right, is that enough guidance?
Yes.
All right. Oh, good. Next item is discussion of building codes and services.
Okay, this actually turned into a much different discussion than I thought it would be after we had the fire department present their recommendations for the International Fire Code. And we had a lot of discussion as town council about the requirement that every building, every residence 4,500 square feet or up be sprinkled. Council asked me to reach out and see about 5,000 feet, square feet as a minimum. I talked to some of the other people, and then our attorney kind of remembered something in our IGA and agreement that we have at the county for providing building services. And in that case, it specifically in the IGA we have with the county says that the town hereby consents to the provision and enforcement within town boundaries of county building rules, regulations, ordinances, codes, or other tools, and then list several of the codes and as may be amended. So we actually, as a town, have never adopted our own building codes. We have the provision of the county codes. The county adopted 4,500 square feet. As long as we are in this MOU with the county to provide building services, that's plan reviews and building inspections, we will be following the county's code. If we want to change the code, amend the codes, and it's pretty easy to adopt codes because generally everyone adopts the IFC, the International Residential Building Code. They're all model codes, and you make minor amendments and adjustments as you adopt them. So this is not an overwhelming thing. If we wanted to adopt our own code, it wouldn't be enforceable while we're in agreement with the county.
My first reaction, and please rip this kind of argument apart. Why do we want to be overly burdensome with our contractors by having a different code? Why don't we just stick with the ones that exist in the county?
Well, we are right now.
No, that's what I'm saying. Why would we consider changing it instead of keeping it a simple process?
An example may be exactly what is happening on the 4,500 versus 5,000 square feet. The towns, I think, of Silverthorne and Frisco, I think that's where they're headed.
Yeah.
Decided to adopt 5,000 square feet versus 4,500, but it would give us the flexibility if we elected to do that. Almost all the other codes are the same.
Our builders would have no problem adjust. They were here advocating for the different code numbers.
I guess as long as we don't start like subsection 2, now it's 2.5 inches instead of 3 inches. And like, as long as like, I don't want to be overly burdensome. And if this is the one thing, or there's 10 things that we do differently, sure. But I just don't want to like reinvent the wheel.
There are minor things, but however, the county building code, we're different. We're not the county. They have different needs and requirements. As I said, generally the model code is adopted with a handful of amendments that personalize it towards the desire of the community.
You're saying much like the model traffic code.
Yeah, much like the model traffic code. So
The bigger question that you've addressed in the staff report, though, goes to the question of, do we want the staff to investigate the potential of severing ourselves from the county building department and like to go like some other towns have? And we considered that at the beginning of the town, and to investigate contracting out that building function, which would then give the town, the building official would reside in the town and not in the county. And it would also provide us direct control over the inspection and planning and that whole function in community development.
Yeah,
Have
and
there been challenges with those functions?
let me explain a few things. There are some rules that the county has, the way they process the requirements for filing, that we don't necessarily agree with as staff, and we feel could be streamlined and made more efficient for applicants, more so even than staff, but applicants and staff. There's also economic considerations. Right, currently the town receives 10% of all the permit fees that are paid on a project. We've had one group reach out to us already with a high-level proposal. And first of all, we would never make a move if it somehow cut into the efficiency or productivity. If builders are waiting a week for an inspection now, we would not make a move that would result in them waiting 3 weeks for an inspection. But this one company did give us a proposal, even though we didn't request it, offered 31% of the planning fees to the town.
So we would be privatizing the building department functions?
Exactly.
It out.
Yeah, that's what Blue River does. That's what a major portion of Frisco does.
Planning would all still be in-house because we have very complicated zoning. But it would be the same way. Instead of contracting with the county, we'd be contracting with a private contractor to provide the same services the county provides. It would give us, the county, I was not here when this original agreement was negotiated, but the county was very strict and firm about they're not going to be dealing with any codes other than their codes. Not that we necessarily want to vary from their codes, but if we do, that's an issue we can't do right now. And that's what brought up the whole idea is it more efficient, better for us to go with a private contractor? I don't know the answer yet.
So if I'm understanding what we're talking about, it's really two things, but they're related. The one thing is we have these codes that we bought into from the county that are not going to change, even though we might desire something, because I understand their efficiency. So the only way we could potentially do that is if we were to outsource or use another source that would allow us to change the codes. I'm sure we'd probably take their codes as is right now, because it sounds like the majority are, national.
Yeah.
And tweak it. They would allow us to do it. And if they are as good, we would assume they were as good as what the county's providing, and they provide us 20% more revenue from the, do you have any sense of what that would be? What is 20%?
So our permit fees associated with Keystone are budgeted at around $400,000.
Is that
So we are getting 10%. We are budgeted for 40,000 for us.
so? It'd be 120,000.
Yeah.
So is that what
You don't
you're asking?
change those fees.
You're asking whether you should pursue this now?
Yes, we're not going to, tomorrow Maddie and I are going down to the City and County Managers Association conference where there will be 3 or 4 of these contractors desperate to buy us cups of coffee to talk about what they can do to us. There's no point in talking if we're not considering changing in any way. Now, I do want to be clear here. Our contract is an annual IGA with the county. We can get out in 30 days. I absolutely do not recommend we take any sort of quick drastic action. That if we do choose to go a different direction, it happens with plenty of warning to the county and happens at the next fiscal year, January 1st, because it will be a big impact to them.
What's the downside of exploring this?
Nothing. We don't have to make a decision until we approve or talk about approving the contract. The downside is if you're not interested in it, the exploration is time that can be spent on something else.
I don't want to speak for Councilmember Sullivan, but it almost seems too good to be true. I'm waiting for the like, oh, and this is the negative thing, but it sounds all great to me. My question was going to be, so if we're budgeted at 400,000, if I heard the numbers correctly, we're anticipated to get 40,000 from the county. So really we're looking at a $360,000 delta, right? The cost of administering the program.
Cost of administering would be 70%. So cost of administering would be
360.
120,000.
120,000. We would get 120,000. They get 280.
Which means they keep the 280. So in my mind, why can we stand up an internal program for 280,000?
Staffing is the problem.
And I don't know.
We're talking.
I'm not going to.
Yeah.
I know the intricacies.
And that's something I will pull the numbers out, and most communities do have internal building departments or a more fluid IGA with another town that they.
Yeah, for instance, Frisco has their own inspectors, but they contract out the building department function, I believe. Blue River contracts out everything. Silverthorne is similar to ours, but the county refuses to give us the same deal they gave Silverthorne.
What does Silverthorne have as a percentage?
80%, and they can do their own code. And the county looked at us when we were in the negotiating process for that IGA and said, basically, you take this or you do your own.
Councilmember Hagenow, that's a very good idea, and I will come up with an estimate of what it would cost.
And the challenge with it, of course, is whether you could fill all people's time. It's the part-time piece.
Now, interestingly, when I was in Winter Park, when I started in Winter Park, working for our soon-to-be community development director, we contracted with Grand County. Winter Park contracted with Grand County for building services, and then made the transition and brought it in-house. And it required two additional staff members, someone to review the plans, and then a building inspector. I think eventually it became 2 building inspectors. But there, I do know where to find.
Yes, worth looking at.
Pathway.
I do think that is a very good idea. I do think changing immediately just to go for something like 5,000 square feet versus 4,500 square feet, definitely not worth it. But we became a town because we wanted to do things differently. So it's inevitable, especially as we come up with our own codes. That's something we'll want to do. That's something we'll naturally want to do because we don't want to run Keystone the same way the county was being run. Otherwise, we'd wouldn't have incorporated. So this is the sooner we open this door and the sooner it makes financial sense is the time we should do it.
Yeah, and the only caution I have and concern as you go through here is whatever transition is, and that things don't get broken in transition as we go through it. That has to be an evaluation of the manager. Okay, Councilmember Kerr.
Before you were here, John, Councilmember Martin and I did a countywide review at the mayor's request of how different municipalities handle their building codes. At the time, we recommended sticking with the county because it was the most feasible in the short term. We did not recommend trying to stand up our in-house. Silverthorne was very effective in explaining how happy they were with contracting out a great deal of their work, but we weren't able to get that deal with the county. Long way of saying, I think we should look into it. We've always been interested in looking at options. I certainly don't want to do it anytime soon when we have a new planning, new community, what do we call them? Community development director trying to get his feet on the board and when we are working through the land code. But if we can get some more specific data, I mean, quite frankly, well, no, I won't go down that line. So the con of doing it this way is that in the interim or in perpetuity, if we don't decide not to stick with county, anybody who's going to redevelop their home beyond 4,500 square feet is going to have fire suppression. And I think that's clear enough that anybody thinking of that can make an informed decision and maybe not go that far or decide whether they can. So I don't think there's any harm. There's no downside really in exploring this, and we'd appreciate that.
Just to be clear, that 4,500 is not a decision we've already made, right? It's just a general leaning that I think a lot of us are on.
No, 4,500 is the law, is the code now for the county, and we have the IGA.
Yes, but we're not saying that if we our own code.
Correct.
That's
why I said whether we change or whether we keep that into it forever.
It's just being as an example of the type of things.
And more to the point, it's a trigger for us to relook at.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So staff has direction to go forward and investigate, come back to us to include not only the contract option, but the in-house option.
Get some good like lattes too, not just the drip coffee.
All right. Next item, these were is the discussion of the summer infrastructure projects, and can I ask you to go through them relatively quickly, and we'll have council answer any of the council's questions.
This is, as I said, an aspirational list. I want to know, is there something I've clearly missed? We might not get through this list. We'll see when costs come in. We have over $1 million basically budgeted for infrastructure projects within the community.
One thing I'd send a note about that I think would just be important for, quite honestly, this conversation, but then any future conversations when we're talking about this, is it's easy to like talk about locations, right, of like intersection repair or asphalt repair on Montezuma Underpass. I think it's really, and I'm a visual person, if we just got a screenshot of.
Oh, and you asked me for that, and
It's okay. I'm not calling you out. I'm just saying in the future, I think it'd be really good for us to visualize what areas we're talking about. And more so what I'm getting at is like the rec path and areas that go from town to county to private to town to county to private, for us to see what we're actually impacting. Because I think that the impact and where our constituents are going to see the impact is important for us as we're making decisions. And my one comment on this, and I'll just finish up all the stuff I had on this in one go, I guess, is the council chambers and the entry sign. For me, those seemed like lower tier priorities because I don't care if I have a table that's chipped here, right? I don't care. I'd rather personally put money into a bus stop or an intersection repair, something that 1,100, if not 25,000 people use every single day. I don't care about whatever the fancy little thing is called.
And I Staff feels that way entirely too, except we do need a town hall sign up. I've actually received a lot of complaints.
Yes,
Yeah.
we need a town hall.
This comment, that was the only comment I had was the town hall, the security, I'm assuming we probably need some of that.
Yeah.
But I was the council chamber improvements, I was gonna, we're kind of new and, money's still tight. And I'd like to spend it on some roads.
And the other thing is, we had a major issue last year with the sound system. It appears that sound system, the managers resolved that with the sound system. And that was the major concern that we had as well. So,
Yeah.
but this, I believe security is an issue that they've got to address, particularly when we're opening up. We're going to be opening up this room for outside meetings.
Thank you. I appreciate that Highway 6, maybe it's just your listing, but it looks like a priority. But isn't the Montezuma underpass a CDOT responsibility?
We don't know. We are working real hard with CDOT, trying to figure that one out. It is.
In fact, one of my questions was, which of these things is going to require CDOT to weigh in on?
And another issue, I have it in there, even though, speaking of, well, I'll zip through the list. We all know sidewalk and bus stop at Razor Drive, intersection repairs at West Venice Club Road to deal with the flooding issues we have constantly down there. Bus stop near West Hills is a relatively easy project. Montezuma Road underpass. It needs it bad. And right now we're talking with CDOT. They are confused too. They don't know who's responsible for the underpass. I would love for them to mill and overlay. Even if it's their road and they're unwilling to do a mill and overlay, I think we as a town should step up and do it for CDOT, because it's an important problem in our town. It kind of sucks having to do things for other organizations that should.
Does their liability extend, right? So my understanding is if there's a known structural deficiency, and I think back to the motorcyclist that passed away just east of the tunnel 3 years ago at this point. And there was a whole news article about basically CDOT's responsibility. And it was, I hate to say comical, but the next day they're out there patching all the potholes all of a sudden. Where is their legal liability on this?
And I'm very well informed of this once again, because again, County and Berthoud passed when it fell apart. We had over 700 tow truck calls on Berthoud Pass a couple winters ago. I believe 110 people of those 700 filed for a reimbursement from CDOT for their tires or wheels or whatever. And CDOT will pay for it if they are aware of, if it's a known issue, but you're dealing with CDOT. And first of all, most people are not even aware that they can get reimbursed for their tire.
So it might be a mathematics game where CDOT's like, to mill and overlay would be $1 million, to pay out 10 claims would be $10,000. We'll just keep kicking the horse down the road.
Yeah, and for us, it's an issue of most people who ski here go down that road, and it's an image issue for us as a town.
Chris Sorensen used that exact area as a story when we all met with him originally, and he said everyone kept pointing fingers at who was the one, so he eventually sent the Keystone crew out there and just gave him some cold patch and said, go next. So I think that this is, I share that story because it's not like it's a new issue.
You're addressing it. Okay. Yeah. It's like the town manager directed staff to go out and patch potholes last year. On Highway 6.
Yeah. But this I do more than just, you fill potholes and they
come back.
So this would be a mill and overlay that we do there. We are just about to put out an RFP for removing we have some dead dangerous trees in our medians. Our medians are an entirely different story. I'm not talking about replanting, but we have to do a lot of tree removal before a tree falls on someone. Plus they look horrible dead trees in the median.
And I ask, who was responsible before the town for the meetings?
No one. No one. Keystone did it.
Who's doing it?
Keystone.
KNC?
Keystone Resort.
But they had no legal requirements. So is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Never touched it.
Was it put in originally by the Ralston?
No, it was part of the Highway 6 expansion from 2 lanes to 4 lanes.
Oh, so CDOT did it.
See, there was a CFC, well, it was funded by the local community through, it was prior to Tabor. So it was funded through taxation, property taxation of the impacted people in the area.
But not the long-term maintenance.
Not the long-term maintenance. And I believe that somewhere there is a document where Keystone Resort or Ralston at the time accepted responsibility for maintenance of that.
Okay.
No one can find.
And for sure, Keystone Resort didn't
And we've
admit to taking over.
we've had a change of ownership in the resort, and we have had 30, 40 years of passage of time.
Okay.
And therefore.
And they've been paying the water bills, though. They've been doing got the lights.
Yeah.
Keystone.
Yeah.
There's no acceptance of responsibility by doing that for X number of years.
No.
Okay.
What we're doing is removing the trees, doing basic maintenance, watering where we do have irrigation, and killing weeds. And
I concur that a minimalist approach is approach.
yeah,
Safety.
but then I picture a multi-year plan to actually rebuild or replace those medians in some way. I want to keep trees. I think the trees are great. I still remember the first time I pulled into Keystone and all the lights on the trees were just really special. But we'll get a landscape architect to give us some recommendations on
In the future.
in the future.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, other roads, basic pothole repairs throughout town. Resurfacing West Keystone Road from Highway 6 to the town limits towards Mountain House.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay.
Yeah, and towards the town limits by Mountain House.
Okay.
It's basically just past the seasons.
Right.
Yep. Speed and traffic control signage, even though we have the students doing our trails wayfinding, we're going to have a consultant do roads and
Why do we need a consultant?
wayfinding. We need wayfinding in this town.
For example,
Maybe a sign out on Highway 6 that says Town Hall. So people don't go up and try to go to St. John past Montezuma.
CDOT approve that, or would we have to wait 3 years as well?
No, these would be relatively easier, but just throughout the town. We do need,
First was.
it brings a cohesiveness and a sense of community
I don't
that's
disagree.
well worth it.
We're washing consultants.
No, and this is relatively affordable because all the trails are being done by the students, and our consultant would go off of the trail, design different types of signs you need on roads and you need on trails. So requirements of CDOT, such.
A lot of the base areas that have heavy presence from Keystone Resort already have to some degree ornate signs that are carved or whatever, however they're made. Would the consultant be looking to replace those with official reflective type signs, or would they consider that a okay sign?
I cannot speak for them, but as long as it meets the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Device requirements, personally, I would rather work towards not aluminum signs on steel poles, but a more cohesive, something like that. And as long as they meet the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, MUTCD, we can use them. We would get that from the consultant, then staff would go, okay, we need 70 stop signs we get the prices and go, oh, yeah, we're going to go with steel poles and reflective signs, or
Okay.
The reason I bring this up, right, is, and I think that we're at a very unique point in our town where we get to make the decision of the feel of it,
Yeah.
and how our signs look and things like. And I just distinctly remember back home in Connecticut, I'd go from town to town and there'd be like different signs, right, and you felt like you were in a different town. And I just don't want to spend money on putting up sign this, and then in 5 years we're all of a sudden like, well, we have a $5 million project to redo all of our signs. I almost want to get it right from the beginning, because
And I agree. However, and I have that in here, speed and traffic control signage, there are some signs that just need to go up.
Yes,
Right away.
they do.
You know, and signs are, the basic reflective steel pole signs are not overly expensive. We're not going to put them up everywhere. We're not going to put up new stop signs everywhere until we've decided on a cohesive wayfinding plan. But there will be some signs going up this summer that just for safety purposes or basic, our noise ordinance signs, things like that. They have to go up, and we'll take the hit of a couple $100 when we replace.
And the signs that are required in the implementation of thing that we had to put on, we want to put on the regional trail about pets and other things.
Yeah, yep.
You've already committed to do.
And those signs will, as we go forward, it is a stopgap. I hope council feels, my personal opinion, I hope council wants to go with a more themed type of look, like you were talking about. Some other things, the bridge repair on East Independence, that's going to be paid for through the driver who did it. And basic road maintenance, striping, sweeping is going to be happening. Yes, Councilmember.
With respect to the trail, were those priorities informed by the Trails Advisory Council?
No, let me go through the community trail behind Cinnamon Ridge.
Yeah. I want to know
Okay,
that.
not exactly what would have been my first choice. Here's something we should crack seal and seal coat, except Cinnamon Ridge condos. We have a section of public easement. It's our trail behind Cinnamon Ridge. They also have a lot of their own private trails throughout the complex. They are doing crack sealing and seal coating on all of their trails. They reached out to us and said, do you want to coincide with that stretch of route? As we're doing it, it's a money saving for both of us. So that's actually why that particular trail was on the list.
What about that boardwalk behind there? The one that goes over.
Yeah.
So the HOA kind of patched it up last year. And every time I ask the question, I get, well, we're not sure who belongs to that. That's a potential danger.
We are figuring ownership and control of that out.
Okay.
It's really confusing.
I know it is.
Yeah.
But you can't bump it down the road forever. It's been 3 years, so 2.5 years. So.
Well, if it's not ours, we can.
If somebody gets injured,
If it's not ours, we need to make it clear to the HOA that they have some liability that they don't understand themselves.
if somebody gets injured tomorrow and in a month we figure out it's ours, are we liable for that?
If it's the town's.
But what if
it's not a known,
Well,
because we don't even know it's ours.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot that would have to go into that to prove liability, but
Okay, so we have to knowingly know it's
none of it is,
no.
none of those trails are right of ways.
Okay.
All right. The best you will have is a few easements in there.
Okay, then that's different too.
Right. So with the easement, are we liable?
No, not with an easement.
Yeah.
Okay.
And to tell the truth, things like that wooden bridge, to me, that stretch of trail system is key to open space and trails input.
Absolutely.
Do we want to even keep that bridge there? Is there a better way to, if we have that option?
And have we asked them to take a look at that? Is that on their agenda?
They will be getting.
They will be. Okay. So what other recommendations did we get from the Trails Committee? Any yet? Maybe we haven't gotten.
They're just starting on community trail. I did.
Use them.
Yep, we are. We absolutely are. I do know from the community trail from the top of the hill where West Keystone Road goes in to under the bridge is in horrific shape. That is, just from my own personal experience, the worst maintained stretch of the paved community trail. So I have that on my agenda to fix that stretch of road. And then as you continue past seasons, there's some pretty bad sections. They might not require the same repairs that stretch from the top of the hill to the bridge. But every time I bike down that road on my road bike, you feel some of those cracks.
All of the cracks, yes.
Yeah.
Last question on this. Which trailheads are you talking about?
We don't know.
Oh, okay. Is
it's
Keystone Gulch one of them?
Quite possibly.
Okay.
Quite possibly.
So there's a lot of subjectivity yet.
Yes.
Determined here. Okay.
Town hall, as we said, security improvements, council chamber improvements. We're pretty good on council chamber. I agree with you. Eventually down the line, I would like to see a nice desk rather than tables, but that's far from a priority compared to most other things on this list. So the electronic entrance sign, and I say similar to Dylan, I think the ideal location for this is out on, just as you're coming into town, before the Pines, there's the fifth hole of the golf course. There's some willows and then those single family residences. I'm not sure what they're called. Next to
townhouses.
Okay. I think that would be a great place for an electronic entrance sign. We've already talked about this with Vail Resorts a little, to get a license to land and to get, or an easement or a license to use, and possibly some donation to help build this sign, because it could be used for things like on weekends, busy holiday weeks. It could identify open and closed parking lots. We have no problem with that. We could welcome conferences that are coming in, staying at the conference center. We can advertise KNC events and other events, and we can use it to communicate important town messages and our emergency messages to people coming into town. So.
On that note, I understand your concern about whether this is one of the highest priorities, but if you think of that electronic messaging board as an opportunity to reach out to our community members during emergencies, I think that raises it up on the list. I'm not sure about that location. We can talk later, I'm sure.
Well, I can tell you why, because it has to be coming into town. It has to not be in the CDOT right of way. It has to be on town land or private land. And at that particular spot, the road pushes way to the south on the CDOT right of way. So the sign can be close to the road. There's a long straightaway that's unobstructed to see it. Otherwise, it's going to have to be so far off the road or that it will be obstructed by trees and other issues.
The issue is on CDOT right away. You have to follow CDOT rules, which severely limit the messages you put on the sign.
That is not budgeted. We did not budget for an electronic sign. It almost certainly won't get built this year, but we're going to start planning and costing and discussions with Keystone and KNC and others.
I would imagine that the just time it will take to get an easement or whatever right to use that is not a It's not a 30-day process.
Probably not.
Not with Vail Resorts. But Vail Resorts actually was very excited.
Pure sport. Yeah.
And I,
Part of the idea.
throwing it out there, I know horse before the cart or whatever, right? But could we extend the electronic messaging capabilities throughout town, right?
Yeah.
Do one on the entrance. Could we do one on the turnoff by Gateway, right? Like, would they be willing to partner on that? Because I think that that'd be a great way for us to get emergency messages out, but also communicate with our constituents. Oh, and also support the resort. Like all three of those on multiple signs would be cool.
I absolutely think that would be a great idea. I think we need to start with
One. Yeah.
is one up by Gateway will be a much smaller, unobtrusive. This will be, we're not going to build a Taj Mahal down there, but it is,
In your face.
yeah, it's not something you can ignore. So it does have to look. We don't want to stand up an orange variable message board like we currently use. Yeah.
Any last questions on infrastructure?
Appreciate that insight, though.
Yeah, if we
Thank you.
hurry, why don't you discuss briefly the vacancy?
And I will let our deputy town manager, Madeline Sealu.
All right.
Already
Good
got a
afternoon.
template.
Yes. Mayor and Town Council, my name is Maddie Cielu, and I'm the Deputy Town Manager. So there is a council vacancy that has been created following the regular municipal election. This one is for a 2-year term. There are 2 options, or sort of 2.5 options, depending on the direction that you'd like to go. Town council could either handle this through an appointment process, which is what we've done in the past. So you're familiar with kind of what that process looks like. People submit a resume and cover letter by an application deadline. And then the council will interview them at a meeting, and they could potentially make the appointment at the same meeting. The staff report includes potential due dates and a potential interview date that might work for council if we went this direction. And then the alternate process would be holding an election. When the town council calls a special election, it must be at least 60 days after the notice for this. And then we also are having a primary election in Colorado on June 30th of 2026. So because of these 2 deadlines, the soonest that we would be able to have a special election would be at the beginning of August. Alternatively, we could also have a special election as a coordinated election with the county during their general election in November. There are costs associated with a special election. Based off of the recent printing quotes, it would cost at least $5,000 to print and mail the required materials, and a significant amount of staff time. And then in 2024, when we participated in a coordinated election with the county, they charged us about $8,000. But this number does vary from election to election. So that's just a general estimate of what it might look like. So staff is looking for direction from town council on whether you'd like to do an appointment or an election, and then the timeline for either of those items.
Council thoughts?
As we've done before, I support an appointment, and I appreciate the timelines that were put in there. Just one correction for the record. I did not fill Councilwoman Kerr's seat. I felt
that way too.
Councilwoman Keel's seat was the one that I filled.
Just a mistake. That was.
Say a damn autocorrect.
Yeah, so I don't think we have to have a vote. We don't have to have a motion. Can we just get it? Is there a general consensus that we want to just do an appointment?
Yep. And I like the dates that were presented.
And then with the dates that were presented.
I think it's worth a couple minutes as to why. If we have an appointment, then we'll have only 2 meetings without the 7th council member. And if the person is able to do so, they could join us at the CML conference, which is a very important educational opportunity. So that doesn't change my vote, though.
I think you have directions.
So let's get this last item, given Councilmember Kerr's perfect lead into it.
I think it is worth pointing out that like we ideally would prefer elections.
Absolutely.
But waiting till August or November is unacceptable for our function.
I agree. I did have one question though. If we can have a coordinated election with the county in November, why not during the primary? Is it only the parties that engage in that?
Yeah, so it would have to be during the general election.
Okay, that's the answer I was looking for. Thank you.
We ran into that with the election commission.
Okay,
Speaking of CML,
yes, speaking of CML, and I guess we'll have to have a resolution. I'll bring it next time if we're all okay with this. We have a meeting scheduled June 23rd, which is the middle of the CML conference in Westminster. I know several council members are going. I'll be there. Conveniently, June 30th is still 2 weeks from our first July meeting. So if we move the June 23rd meeting to June 30th, it's not piling up meetings 1 week right after another. And it doesn't interfere with CML. So does council have any issues with rescheduling the June 23rd to June 30th?
But the only thing I would warn is that that's July 4th weekend, right? That following weekend, but I'm available.
Yeah, so Dan wants sparklers on that meeting.
No, Aaron was.
Aaron will bring up.
I will bring Dan sparklers.
Not outside,
Inside
inside.
sparklers.
Okay.
All right. I think you have guidance. And with that, I will not adjourn, but I will recess the meeting until for 30 minutes until 7 p.m. And then we will reconvene and complete the rest of the agenda, starting with the consent agenda. Without exception, we are in recess. All right.
Two kids going to 2
All right.
years apart.
We will start again. I'll call us back in from recess. And the first item is the consent agenda and approval of the consent agenda. Is there any item anyone wants to remove from the consent agenda, or can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll move to approve.
Second. Moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Consent agenda is approved. Oh.
Also, I for the consent.
We didn't need you.
I know. No one does.
Next item is is ordinance 2026-0-03. And with that, I'll ask the town clerk to please read the subject matter into the record.
Ordinance 2026-0-03, an ordinance of Town Council of the Town of Keystone, Colorado, designating one or more automated vehicle identification corridors, and authorizing the operation of automated vehicle identification systems pursuant to section 110.5 of the Model Traffic Code as adopted by ordinance number 2024-0-12.
Thank you. The public hearing is now open. The procedures that will follow at this hearing today is that we will first have a presentation by the town manager on any items associated with the Avis corridors. We will then, council will ask questions of the manager, followed by, when those questions have been answered, followed by public comment. At the conclusion of public comment, the council will then again have an opportunity to ask additional questions of the manager, and then we will proceed into deliberations, close the public hearing and proceed deliberations. So with that, Mr. Town Manager, could you please give us a presentation?
Okay, as you said, this is the second reading of the required ordinance if the town wants to put in automatic vehicle identification system speed cameras. The state statute requires this ordinance be passed designating the corridor. This ordinance will designate Highway 6 as the corridor for these Avis speed cameras. As mentioned at the first reading, these cameras are automatic license plate reader cameras, similar to flock. However, they're very different from the flock cameras we've discussed. And these cameras are only activated when someone violates the speed limit by a level set by the town. We could set that the speed limit. We could set it, we wouldn't 40 miles an hour above the speed limit. But that's up to the town to determine when these cameras are triggered and when a violation would be issued. It's not even a violation, it's a civil citation. What is?
Yeah, it's a notice of violation.
Notice of violation. So it's not criminal, it's entirely civil. I've met with a couple vendors already since our last meeting, so I can discuss how that works in some way. We would most likely be responsible for renting the cameras, and that could cost about $1,500 a month to rent an Avis camera. And then one of the companies we met with said they charge $200 an hour to process the citations. They can process approximately 15 citations an hour. The citations are limited to $40. Under state law, every citation would have to be signed off. It would be done by a member of our police department. They would go on the website and sign off on every citation issued, which allows us to catch something. If we have 40 citations over a 10-minute period for everyone doing 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, the odds are the people at that time were traveling at the safe rate of speed rather than, there's all sorts of issues to go into looking before we send this out. In Colorado, there's approximately an 80% return on these citations. So the company we met with, actually, the contract they proposed is a zero liability for the town. If there's not enough money brought in by the citations to pay for the rental and the processing fees, we start the next month at a zero balance again with them. So there's very little financial risk to the town.
And that's regardless of what we set as the.
Well, I don't have the contract in front of me, but they're not going to let us set it. I'm sure there are limitations on where to set it, and limitations on how many, our rate of dismissal by the police department. If we just make every single violation a warning,
Okay.
there's going to be some discussion with the vendor. And this was only one company. There are two others that we have meetings set up.
I just wanted to, and I think you just answered this in the last sentence you said, but I thought I heard you say a couple of vendors and then one vendor. Did we meet only, or not we, but did you meet with one vendor total?
I've met with one vendor and we had discussions with Vail about their vendors, and we're arranging a.
It's like an informational kind of, but not formal.
Not formal.
Do you know what the, this 200 or $250, whatever it is an hour, $200 an hour for citation processing? And I think you said 15 citations an hour. What do they do?
That's my question.
Well,
3 minutes of citation, what do they do?
They go in and they check the images and make sure they're legible and readable, and that the AI, they use AI, they all use AI, but that the AI, they counter check the AI against the physical picture of the vehicle.
Oh, so they're basically saying, you know, license plate 1, 2, 3, 4, and some human person's drawing in there and being like, yep, this is license plate 1, 2, 3, 4 from North Dakota.
Yes, and then they mail the citations out for us too.
Okay.
They do, and they collect. They have the payment. This is one vendor.
Sure.
But they actually, you remit your payments to them, and they remit the payment to us.
Any review of like a radar reading or however it takes the speed? Is there a video of it, or is it just we're trusting the camera to be calibrated correctly?
The cameras are calibrated monthly. This vendor, so.
And so we're just trusting that the trigger captures the picture and we're good to go. So really the human aspect is the after XYZ person has been identified.
Yes, yes. And you can always appeal your citations. If, if the camera isn't working, it would probably be pretty clear pretty quickly to us. And they have, the one company we met, and I know the company for Vail, have staff people in Colorado. So there's 1-day response times for any issues with equipment.
They say how many citations they process an hour?
15.
15.
15.
Pretty lucrative.
And there's a cost for the camera as well.
$1,500 a month for the camera, and then $200 an hour for 15 citations.
And that covers mailing and collections and everything.
Is there an administrative fee that the firm charges the driver?
No.
Okay, we might double check that anyway.
No, they
Contract.
can't. They can't.
Okay.
Under state law.
Good to know.
So
Okay.
they're keeping flat out 42% of the citation. Just on processing.
It depends on the number of citations. Oh, on processing.
Just on processing.
$600.
Yeah.
They're keeping
250. Yeah. 250 out of 600 is 40.
$200 an hour.
200.
I misspoke.
Okay. 33. Okay.
Assuming 100% return on citations too.
Right, but theirs is off the top, I assume.
Theirs is off the top unless the bottom is,
But there's
you
a,
bring in $150, they're taking $150 and that's it. They're not charging 200. So it can't go in the hole.
right, aggregate for the month,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
Not on an hour basis,
Yeah, no.
just for the month.
yeah, for the month.
Did we look at anyone else?
We are going to. And I did talk to them about Avis noise cameras too.
Oh, do they have them?
They do. They're not quite sure about them yet, but they're working hard on it. And I said,
Happy to test them out for them.
and that's exactly what I said. But so that was actually brought up in the conversation as something down the road. So these, as I said, these we're not going to say what we're going to set the speed limit at. But it's going to be a practical thing. And you have to understand everyone who gets tagged by this is violating the law to some level or another. That kind of answers my invasion of privacy issues that we had with like flock cameras that just keep a record of everyone regardless of who they are.
I understand the issue of us setting in public domain that the speed limit. How is that going to be decided?
The police chief and I
Okay.
would decide something, and then we'd see what's happening. We constantly be reviewing the situation. I can guarantee you we're not going to set it 3 miles an hour over the speed limit. It will be to get people who are truly creating a safety hazard on the road.
I don't want to jinx myself by asking this question, right? But I have never, I've heard from people who have gone to court about speeding tickets that there is like I'd ask Jen for this, there's a generally accepted like variance, right? Like a radar system or a LiDAR has different generally accepted variances. Do we know what the generally accepted variance would be on a machine like this? Are we talking about a probability of +2, -2, or like?
It's the radar aspect of it is the same as handheld.
So do we know from a police perspective?
I don't know what the accepted tolerance is.
Okay.
I do not know what the court is. Yeah.
Where I'm going with this is to Council Member Sullivan's point. I would like to make sure that we're not well above that, but not on the edge of that kind of thing.
Yeah. The idea is to get people who are being unsafe, not someone who's
possibly going the exact speed limit.
Yeah.
And this really comes back to our council's position that we're not looking at this as a money making deal. But related to that, if I were to get a ticket, heaven help me, or a citation, right?
Notice of violation.
Yeah, it's a notice of violation.
Would it tell me what I was going?
Yes.
Okay, that helps.
Just trying for high speed over here.
I'm just planning for all eventualities.
Yeah, but the idea is this is something we use safely. Once again, the one vendor we met, there are a lot of requirements putting this in a seat out right of way. There are a lot of signage requirements, a lot of notice requirements. This company would take on everything. We signed the contract. They get the CDOT permit for us. They put up the signs for us.
Inclusive of that $1,500 a month, or is there like a setup fee?
No, inclusive.
And if we want to move them?
They have mobile ones, they have fixed ones, and they actually have handheld ones.
Handheld.
But if we wanted to move it off of Highway 6, we would have to pass another ordinance designating a new corridor.
But we can keep it on that corridor and move it.
Okay.
No one here.
Possibly. Yes, we can. We absolutely can, but
Within limits, right, as long as there's signs,
yeah,
right, within the constraints of the law.
yeah.
Okay.
But moving it, my thought is we go with the permanent mounted rather than one on a mobile trailer, given plowing considerations and issues like that. We can set it farther off in the right of way, more safe. So moving it on the corridor becomes a bit more of an issue, but it's far from an impossible issue. If we went with permanent signs and asked to move them, they would probably charge us a fee to move it. I don't know this. This is speculation.
But in answering Councilmember Hagan, I was concerned about the calibration issue. If the calibration is similar to the tolerances of the radar guns, and I know I've talked to the chief, the local police department does not normally set the tolerance where they pull someone over at the speed limit. They set it up much higher than that before it's going to trigger a patrol car going, turning on the lights and pulling you over, unless there's some other reason, or they're fishing. But
There would be.
it's your words. I don't think the chief would use.
Yeah, I can tell you, given the fact that this council's made it very clear that this is not intended to be a money-making thing. It is intended to be a safety thing. That chief and I would not set that tolerance at a gotcha level.
I think in my research of these units in the past, what I read was generally they're plus minus 1 mile an hour. Like old radar guns are plus minus 3, but the new ones are plus minus 1. Assuming you're dead on an approach, trigonometry kicks in and makes them read even lower.
Yeah. And as we've discussed, if you get issued a citation, you have the right, or notice of violation, you have the right to appeal.
What does that appeal process look like?
Do you mind if I address that? Because I looked at that and I talked to some other municipalities, but so you get the notice of violation, you have 45 days to dispute it. There will be on their notice of violation, you're going to get instructions on how to request a hearing.
Do we set those instructions, or is that
That will be, I'm sure we can review the instructions. The company, the contractor will put those instructions together, and I'm sure we can review those. But that is essentially an administrative hearing. And so they request the hearing. That would be either held, the town manager would hold the hearing, or a hearing officer. Some other municipalities have a pre-hearing review process where if somebody asks for a hearing, and the owner submits evidence to request a hearing and disputing it, the municipality looks at what's been submitted, and they oftentimes just dismiss it based on the evidence that's submitted. It's either done by the manager or they have the police department review the evidence, and then there is no hearing. If there is a hearing, then it's decided by, an administrative hearing officer or somebody like that. And there's findings on whether the person violated the speed. A final order is issued, and the registered owner can appeal that final order to the municipal court. And the review at the municipal court, it's actually de novo, which de novo means that's a new review. The person can provide evidence and testimony to the municipal court saying, that wasn't me.
So what is and thank you for that. That was awesome. The first, I believe, process you talked about, you said that the person who received the notice of violation would have to provide proof of their innocence, or
they don't necessarily have to provide proof. They have to request a hearing.
Okay.
So there's from my experience, there are a form on the back that you fill out and you say, I want a hearing, or you submit evidence, or you say that wasn't me, or whatever reason is that you think you should not have received that violation. And then you submit it to whomever is processing that. That might go to the town. It probably depends on the contractor. And then the hearing needs to be set, or it could be administratively dismissed.
And to be real honest, this is $40 fine with no points. And I'm pretty sure it's not even something that your insurance company would find out about. So you're not seeing it. You'd have to have a very moral position to go through the hassle of.
But it's a precedent in my like perspective. So I think regardless of if it's a $40 fine with no points. I think we should be treating it with the same respect.
Oh,
And I'm not saying we're not, but I just think we should be treating it as if it was something.
well, I can tell you actually as staff too, or as potential administrative hearing officer, the $40 fine also will weigh into our administrative, the judgment of, just let this go, dismiss it, say, you've proven it to me, or so.
Do you think that this is going to possibly cause any kind of burden on staff or require additional staff time or hours to administer?
It will require some time from one of our police officers just to review the citations, but it's a really minimal review time. It's not 15 citations an hour for them because all the details have been worked out by the vendor. They are just looking license, speed, time of day, and they'll see something like we had 20 cars in a 5-minute period all going the same speed. That might be something that would trigger our police officer to say we're going to issue warnings instead of tickets, but it's minimal staff time to deal with this.
How often are these notice violations asked to the request for a hearing officer?
I don't know the answer to that. I would imagine it's probably a very small number.
Yeah, part of the issue is for someone who receives one of these, and with the large visitor base that we have in Summit County, for them to request a hearing really isn't practical, even if they live in Denver, because they'll spend more, unless it becomes just an issue they want to take forward. It costs them more money to come back up here to attend a hearing and the rest.
Is that any different? I'll play devil's advocate on that. Is that any different than if I were to get pulled over by a real police officer?
No, you can pay the ticket or you can go to municipal court.
Yeah.
It's the same.
And rental cars pretty much always pay the ticket and then pass the fee on to the renters. So I feel this, and Chief absolutely feels that this could be a real force multiplier for us. This is not taking the place of police. We were talking about moving the signs. An easier way to create a sense of
the unknown.
Of the unknown is to keep the sign where it is and then actually have a car right around the next bend in the road. Once in a while
You could say that without the sign too, though.
What?
You could say that without the sign. The best way to create a sense of unknown is just have marked cruisers all up and down our road randomly, regardless of if there's a speed sign.
Except for the cost of putting a police patrol car there.
Yeah, I'm not talking always have a patrol car down past the sign.
Because we would still want a police presence up there as well occasionally for again, as a preventative.
And speeding is not the only problem we have on our roads. This is just, or not the only problem in town, period. There are plenty of issues, but this will help with speeding on Highway 6.
Councilmember Kerr.
So we've been talking about a camera. Would that be a camera tracking west?
Probably.
Going traffic?
We do 2 cameras.
Okay.
One going east, one going west.
Because I see both.
And they can get up to 3 lanes. We'd set that a 2-lane spot.
Can't put it in the middle, can you?
No.
That would be cool.
I am seeing your very good point about issues with plowing. However, knowing human behavior and the apps out there that establish where speed cameras are, even in like commonly used apps like Google Maps, if we put them in one place and leave them in one place most of the time, and for very long periods of time, I think people will simply smash the accelerator as soon as they're past it. So I think while sometimes we will have an officer on patrol, intermittent enforcement for speeding and all the other things that we hope that our officers are providing safety for is not going to fully realize the traffic calming that we truly want for Highway 6 safety. So I think that there's a lot of benefit to the idea of cameras that move at whatever interval.
Yeah, and this, I just threw out there that I was leaning towards permanent. Once we meet with all the vendors and decide which way we want to go, then we'll dive deeper into the practicality of a mobile one. Because to tell the truth, the signage is an issue too. We'd have to move the signs along with the unit, depending on how far we move the unit. But if we open up another Avis corridor, like on Montezuma Road or something, it would be nice to not have to get a permanent sign everywhere. I completely understand.
It would be interesting to get it up and established. And the advantage of a permanent one initially is to just see what effect it has. And if then we experience the issues, then we can go look at the other options. Just like on Montezuma Road, if we experience significant speeding, it becomes a safety issue out there, then you would probably definitely want to get a mobile one, because you would probably look at that as well, potentially for Soda Ridge, if that became a problem.
And the nice thing that one company we met with, these are month by month agreements. And so if we start with the permanent and we decide we want to go with the mobile instead, or vice versa, it's a matter of a month till they'll come out and make the change for us.
I think regardless of if we do a permanent or a mobile one, hypothetically, if I were to ever speed, right, and I were to see one of those, the immediate message to me is, oh crap, this community cares about speeding. I better slow down. Regardless of if it's a camera that I pass once and twice. I mean, the message to me is clear that they care enough to put one of these cameras up. They probably care enough to have officers around here somewhere too. And I might be the minority on that, right? But
I would look into the durability of the mobile ones and the risk of issues like plowing before I'd look into the details before we made the decision going forward.
Any other questions for staff?
I have a comment.
Not appropriate time for comment. You can comment during deliberation. Any other questions for staff? In that case, I'll ask at this time if there's anyone who has public comment. I see there's no one in the room unless someone in staff wants to make a public comment. Is there anyone online who would like to speak? All right. In that case, I'll declare the public comment period closed and also close the public hearing. And now we will go into deliberations, and I'll recognize Councilmember Hagenow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Town Manager Crone, I really appreciate the information that was provided in this. I think it's no secret that last meeting I was very much against this due to, I'm not going to rehash things, but I really appreciate the information that was put in this, and you did exactly what you said you were going to do. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any other comments? Councilmember Kerr.
I'm always disappointed when we don't have people here for a public hearing, but I have done some very informal and unscientific pulsing of the community. By and large, great idea. When it's not a great idea, it's like, well, who will make those rental car companies pay? Or where are you going to put it? So I say that not as a to deter us from doing this, but to say that is why all that advanced information will be essential. There will be a lot of questions. Finally, I think that the reputation of flock cameras has really muddied the water for us. You probably saw the letter to the editor saying that Silverthorne shouldn't move forward on flock cameras when that was not what they were talking about at all. They were talking about speed cameras. So as the person who, when we started all this, did not understand the difference, this is not a camera that will hold and track anybody's interest over time, in license plate information. It's exactly like having a 24/7 patrol car with a radar gun, but much more cost effective.
To your point, though, the water has been muddied, unfortunately.
It has been, yes. So we should take any opportunity to clarify this for our constituents. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Someone have a motion?
Sure. I move to approve ordinance 2026-03 designating one or more automated vehicle identification corridors and authorizing the operation of automated vehicle identification systems.
Second.
Oh, moved and seconded. Now, is there any debate or discussion? Would any council member like, and I haven't done this in the past, but I plan to try to do this more in the future, make sure all the council members are given an opportunity to be heard on any particular ordinance that we're considering. So does any council member would like to be heard on the subject? Councilmember Sullivan.
Just one comment, along with Councilwoman Kerr, was in our coffee with council. We went around the table and asked, and to a person, except for one, they were very supportive of this. The one was, well, don't we have police for that? So when we explained that it's supplemental, so they were kind of neutral, but overall it was very positive.
Councilmember Parmet.
I think everyone sitting here ran on a platform of Highway 6 safety. That's been a universal position of this group because that's what the community wants and it needs. And this is a way to deliver that through traffic calming, controlling speed, and there's significant additional benefits, including environmental benefits, both in terms of decreased traffic noise. Traffic noise falls off massively with speed. And when you have trucks going through at 75 miles an hour instead of 45, they're literally 20 times louder. 20 times louder. And that's a big deal for humans. It's a big deal for wildlife. And then there's also the efficiency of vehicles at 45 versus 75 in a community where they're supposed to be going 45 for all the other reasons. And those emissions and tire wear, tire particulate in the air, and exhaust are all health effects on our community. So these are all side benefits to the immediate safety of don't run people or other vehicles or bicycles over, or bears or elk or dogs.
Are there any other comments?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Pino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things that I think Councilmember Parmet mentioned is safety. And I often, one of my perspectives on government or just in general, safety is often used as an excuse to impact or encroach upon people's rights. And I think that it easily could be seen or argued without understanding the process a little bit more that is something that could be happening here, right? The safety of US 6 is encroaching on our rights. And that was one of the perspectives I had originally, but I really appreciate the town lawyers and our town staff's information on this so that I can better understand that this is not encroaching on our rights, our due process, and all this kind of stuff that, don't we have police for that kind of thing? And why is a machine giving me a ticket? And I think that as long as we keep that kind of front of mind, that we stick by the hearings and all this kind of stuff, and you hear news articles from other towns that they don't necessarily follow that, or it's not as simple of a process. And so I think that just generally speaking, thank you for that information that's gone into there. It's been really helpful for me to understand this better and to be able to explain this to the community. One thing that I do think would be super helpful, echoing Councilwoman Kerr's muddying of the water comment, if you will, is that it might be good to do like an information session or, like here's our new technology, a little short video, and this is how it works. Instead of just, we can do the official notice periods and all that kind of stuff. And yes, we check the boxes of it being legal, but I think really where we're at in today's society is checking the boxes of being legal and checking the boxes of being okay with our constituents are two different things. And being able to explain that and explain the process that we've all talked about here. Nobody listens to 4 hours of meetings, right? So nobody's gonna get the 30-second snippet of you saying that it doesn't store the license plates, right? So publicizing that, really pushing that out there, really pushing that this is only to get license plates of vehicles that are offending the speed, right, would be super helpful. And so kind of those 2 points I think would be good to keep in mind. So,
and incidentally, I all of the data is our data. So similar.
It's not shared.
It's not shared with anyone, period. And the contractor does not have the ability to share it.
Okay.
Any other comments, Council?
Believe it or not. So I appreciate the fact that my fellow council members have brought us back to this is all about safety on US 6 for a year and a half. We have been looking for a tangible act that will bring more safety to US 6. To that end, I was a little chagrined when I heard it might not be till January that this will go into effect. So I would ask you to come back to us at least monthly and tell us what progress is being made. Okay.
If we go with the one company I met, it would be significantly sooner than January.
Okay, but you have noted, you have warned us that we need CDOT's check, blessing, check off. So just if you would keep us apprised on a regular basis, that'd be great.
Are there other comments? When we first started talking about Avis cameras, 2 years ago, I think was about the first time we talked about it. I really scratched my head and said, gee, would that really have a payoff? And would that really make a difference? And what I've learned in the last 2 years, based on other towns, is it does have a significant difference in slowing traffic down. And one of the things that we've talked about rental cars impact and local citizens impacts, and it's going to lower in the truck speeds. But I think what we're also going to see as a result of this is the trucking companies. We're going to get a reputation within the trucking industry that says you don't speed in Keystone, and because they're serious. And one of our major Highway 6 safety issues is speeding trucks, either as they come down the hill and then hit the flat and accelerate coming down, or speeding to go up the hill, get momentum as they go up. And I believe that these cameras of a unattended consequence is we're going to see the word go out within the trucking industry, because they're very close knit. I mean, when traffic checks are occurring, safety checks are occurring, as Blue River found, that word spreads to the trucking through like wildfire into the trucking community. And all of a sudden, the volume of trucks coming through US 9 down through Blue River drops way off, because the trucks wait till they go away. But this isn't going to go away. So I think we're going to see a significant safety hit on the positive side for us on truck speeds, which is a major, major problem in this community. So I'm in favor of any other comments? With that, I'd like to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Camp.
Approve.
Councilmember Hagenow.
Approved.
Councilmember Kerr.
Approve.
Councilmember Formet. Councilmember Sullivan.
Approved.
Mayor Riley.
Approved.
There are 6 votes to approve.
Thank you. The next item is Resolution 2026-11, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Keystone, Colorado, approving town hall use policy. And with that, turn it over to the town manager.
I will turn it over to our deputy town manager.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Town Council. My name is Maddie Salu. I'm the Deputy Town Manager. This evening, we are looking at a resolution approving a draft town hall facility use policy. This gives clear criteria for staff to look at when deciding whether or not a group could use both the community room and the Downey Library. The community room being this room right here, and then the Downey Library being the library down the hallway. This attached draft policy was, or the policy was reviewed at the last meeting as a draft, and the feedback that town council provided was to add an annual limit of 12 reservations per organization. So that's the only change that's been made to the proposed policy since the work session. And just as a side note, with the community partners that have been using the space, there aren't any people who are currently using it for more than 12 times annually.
Thanks for checking.
Does anyone have any questions of staff? No questions. Can I have a motion? Councilmember Hagenau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move to approve Resolution 2026-11, a resolution of Town Council of the Town of Keystone, Colorado, approving a draft town hall facility use policy.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or debate?
Comment.
Councilmember Kerr.
On our short list of priority goals is to establish a sense of community identity. And by offering community use of the town hall, that can be a real expression of our communal nature. But, and for that reason, we're proposing broad availability and yet balancing that with a desire to avoid the possibility that one or two organizations would book it so often that it would block others and give the appearance of exclusivity. So for that very careful structuring of the policy, I support it.
Are there other comments? Anything, Councilmember Hagenau? Anything, Councilmember Permet? Or Mayor Pro Tem? And
Good.
You've already spoken? Yeah, I too support the policy. I know it's going to be heavily used on weekends, probably starting about the first week of July through at least September, and then again in the fall with the numerous homeowners associations we have. I suspect there'll be numerous other meetings that will be coming in here of community nature. A facility like this is something this community has never had open access to. I think it's going to be a major step forward because right now organizations in this community have to go to Dillon, Silverthorne, or Frisco to have meetings. The fire department used to have a facility here. They closed it. So our residents are going elsewhere or to the library, I guess, in Silverthorne. So I think this is a very positive thing going forward and a very tangible demonstration. And I agree with Councilmember Kerr's comments about this helping to bring the community together. And I think there's going to be a lot of uses that we haven't even thought of yet, which is very positive. So with that, if without any other comment, then I'll call the question of, and because we've had a resolution, we've had a call, and with that, I'll ask the just to simply, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution has passed.
Oh, and I like your new approach. Very nice.
What I recognize is that some issues that council members felt strongly about, but they didn't speak up during, because all their questions were answered, and they never got an opportunity to say, hey, this is what I believe. And I think that's important for all the other council members here.
I think that is our role here,
Yeah.
to provide various perspectives before we vote.
So you'll see that as we go forward on many of these items.
Keep looking at me.
We'll always start with Agonal.
It starts with H.
Camp is now the,
Yeah, you'll have to change your position.
yeah, the signs, I didn't realize.
The next item is there any other business you want to bring to council today?
One thing I would just, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I would love to see ways, so I was recently at a meeting, and the CEO of Vail Resorts was there, and he was talking about, and I didn't know this statistic.
If I,
No, I'm not.
no, if I may, we're still under business. So is there any other business? We're not other matters yet.
Another matters, I mean, other business.
Hear me out, you know.
I was, yeah, I thought we were another matter.
This is worth holding our breath for.
Well, that part doesn't come clear to many items from now. All right, so we'll defer that. Is there any other business? I didn't think I heard any other. How about planning matters? Any planning matters? Any planning matters council member wants to bring? Report of town manager and staff.
Okay, we'll start with the rundown of our departments. Clerk, Missy, yay.
Sweet.
And we had our deputy manager running the meeting as clerk today, just so that Missy could see how it works. And from now on, she will be running the meetings as clerk for us.
So in that case, I should, in the future, from a procedural standpoint, run some additional curveballs at her instead of just the normal routine.
Yes, exactly. Keep her on her toes, although she has brought cookies in twice.
Yeah.
Not for council.
They go to.
We're pushing for employee of the month here pretty hard.
Chips, next.
We are doing some tests of the complaint line with some of the property management companies and a group of just citizens, and we hope to have the new SDR complaint line up and fully operational in June.
Would that be integrating how we had talked about the reports from that might go to police instead of the complaint line?
No, this is just still the complaint line, the software itself.
Do we have any kind of idea on when that integration would happen?
Well, first we're going to see if literally calling into the complaint line is working first.
Not everyone knows about the complaint line.
But we'll hope to have that integrated in by licensing in September, October. So we don't necessarily need to know it until they reapply for a license. And we'll try to figure out a way to identify those SDRs that have had police complaints, but not.
Oh, you're thinking that there's going to be, well, there is all the incident numbers and logs, and so you can migrate that over.
Yeah, just do an address merge. Community development, May 4th, be with you. Drew Nelson will be starting here as our community development director. And Jess, really, I said I wasn't going to talk about this one, but I am. Really hit a home run for us. We have the Colorado American Planning Association conference in Keystone this year. And we have two sessions that we're doing. Jess is doing a session with the SE group about our comp plan. And there's also a group that wants to do a kind of hands-on exercise. And what they are going to do at the conference is a charrette program for this parcel of land. For housing, for public uses, it's going to be a free practice of a bunch of certified planners.
This is if they accept our proposal.
Oh, well, he assumes that they will, because
They absolutely will. Well, it's a great idea it really is to actually.
great idea for us, yeah.
Will it connect to the other side of Highway 6? Or just this
Just this
side?
parcel that we're buying.
Okay.
The town hall parcel.
6 acres.
So I'm sure they'll accept it. sounds like an exciting session, to tell the truth. Finance, we have gotten our draft audit report in, and we're just, we did everything correctly. And we can be confident in the way our financial policies and practices work in the town of Keystone. I'm going to bring this up because a couple of us last year went to the KNC meeting where the audit was presented. I just want to remind everyone, the audit does not take into account the wisdom of the financial decisions being made by the board. It just says, were you following all the rules? Were you transparent? Was the money spent where you said it's going to be spent? If we bought a literal white elephant, the audit would not take that as a wrongful transaction. Our voters would take that as a wrongful transaction. So I just want to be clear on what the audit is. It's not a judgment on the decisions the council has made on spending. Though I think we've made good decisions.
But it does do checks to make sure that the things that are charged to various accounts should be charged to those accounts.
Yeah. Public Works, as I said, we've got RFPs out now for the trees, for road striping, working with CDOT on our Highway 6 projects. Moving forward with that, Deputy Manager Department. Now Maddie and I sat down on Monday and started, I should have done this 2 years ago, but I couldn't have, an organizational chart of who does what and what we do. And we had 16 top level categories, which explains a lot of my sleepless nights. And I'm really happy to have Maddie helping out here now with this. Maddie and I will be gone the rest of the week at the City and County Manager Association Conference down in Glenwood Springs. Let's see. Schools. I did go to the Summit Cove Elementary meeting that they had at Summit Cove Elementary. There were a lot of people there. I would say at least 80, if not more, probably a little more. A lot of the questions that were asked were the same questions we've been asking. I know you've all received an email that school district is having a session where they're trying to encourage elected officials on April 16th.
We have right now 2 people planned on attending, Mayor Pro Tem Sullivan and Councilmember Parmet.
At the Summit Cove meeting, they did make it pretty clear that it's almost a foregone conclusion that at least phase 1 of this would be closure of Breck Elementary School. And likely putting all those people in Upper Blue, that's not so much set in stone yet. But Breck L has $27.4 million in deferred maintenance. Summit Cove has somewhere around 400,000, I think. So there's.
What makes you say that? Was it presented as almost a foregone conclusion?
Yes.
By a school?
By the superintendent and the finance director for the school district.
Thank you.
And it's not a foregone conclusion until it's voted on.
Both board hasn't voted, but that's all the indications we've been given is that's the direction that the board is leaning.
There were 4 members of the board at the meeting. The superintendent did call me out specifically. It made a lot of the parents, and there were a lot of non-parents in the crowd too. A lot of them came up to me afterwards and really thanked Keystone for stepping up and taking the interest. So
I think we're the only town that's weighed in. I don't know if other towns have officially weighed in from a town perspective.
not officially, although
Behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes.
Yeah.
In our case, we not only did the behind the scenes, we did the official.
Is any other town, and I know that this might be a difference in perspective, right? But I think it is very obvious where our elementary school is for 99% of our students. And it's very obvious that it shouldn't be closed in my perspective due to some of the things you mentioned. Does any other town have a quote slam dunk like that?
the only slam dunks, there are 3 slam dunks, and they're not even being considered. Silverthorne and Dillon Valley, both are dual language programs, and both have enrollments approaching 400 students.
So they're probably not even concerned.
They're not
going to close our schools.
Yeah, they're not even being considered. And Upper Blue is not being considered. And I think that's simply because between Upper Blue and Breck Elementary, it would be, there's no question Breck L has to be the one if you're closing those 2. So
I haven't heard any discussion on Dillon itself, the Dillon Elementary.
well, they're also close to 400 people enrollment.
That's what I mean. It's so.
Yeah. And
the two schools that are questionable are Frisco and Semico.
And what they're considering for phase 2, if they do consolidate it, closing the school saves about $700,000 a year in operational costs, is what the school district is saying. I would personally like more information on, I understand Breck Elementary because closing that school saves almost $28 million. Where would that $700,000 savings go from closing Frisco or Summit Cove? Is it actually needed? That's a question I haven't heard answered yet. It might be. I'm just saying it's a question I haven't heard answered yet. As you may or may not know, and this is for anyone who looks later, Swan Mountain Road is closed for the next 14 weeks or so. Give yourself extra time if you need to make it over to that side of the county. Should help us out a lot on bikers in the summer who might choose to be trying to go around the lake, and when they find out they can't, they'll come up and have lunch in Keystone or something. I hope.
Have we run any numbers, consideration on lower traffic into town due to that?
No. Let's see, wildfires. We had, so I've had a lot of meetings about wildfires, about setting stage 1 fire ban with managers, with the Forest Service, with the fire departments. And the Forest Service and the fire departments put forth a really compelling argument that we should, if we are going to go into a fire ban, we should go into a fire ban for the same reason we have always gone into a fire ban, which is the science dictates that. They take readings of the forest, the plants, the trees, the soil. Actually, the one place in Clinton County is all out here in Keystone, and they bake them down and get the moisture levels. So they have really strong science on what exactly the risk is. The managers have agreed, and we hope you do too, that when it comes to fires, we really should follow the Forest Service and the fire departments here and see how that goes, rather than imposing early fire bans that we can't justify with hard facts.
Okay.
which is different than what we heard a couple weeks ago.
Yes.
I think all the towns.
The towns were all lined up, but you all saw the letter that the fire department sent out to us. It was addressed to the entire council. It was an email. And I assume it went to the entire council.
I don't think I
I
saw.
didn't see it, no.
Okay,
Did you send it out to the council then?
make sure I do that again.
I received it, but they have, because of the BCCs, all you see is your own, but it was addressed to Keystone Town Council, so I assumed they'd send it to you. But they came out very strongly, red, white, and blue, Summit Fire, EMS, and EMS came out very strongly and against the concept of establishing the fire restrictions.
Okay.
And while I personally disagree with that, because I think there is a value to establishing proactively restrictions in the towns, even though it wouldn't go out to the county from a messaging standpoint. I understand their point, but I also recognize that unless all the towns are unified in doing this, it makes no sense for one town to just do it because the messaging would then be very fragmented. So because of that, I'm willing to roll on my strong advocacy.
And I do have the fire chief coming to our next meeting to workshop to explain the science and their position to us. So the county had one meeting there, setting another meeting to address evacuations and situations such as that. One thing, if anyone views this later, one big concern with wildfires and wildfire risk this year is what they call PSSs, PSSs, public safety shutdowns from Xcel Energy, where they shut off the power if there's severe risk that a line might go down and cause a fire. Xcel also is, as part of their wildfire plan, has some really good incentives for whole home batteries. This is important if you have a medical condition or something and you need your oxygen machine to be running. So if you are in a situation where a power outage could have a really detrimental impact, definitely look into what Xcel can do to help make sure that you make it through something like that.
Did we send out the information that we received from Xcel to our email list?
We haven't received it yet.
Haven't? I thought I sent you a copy of what they were putting out.
Oh, that was MEP, not the PSS.
All right.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot about PSSs with specifically Boulder County. What is our, and I know we live in a different region, right? What is our potential risk? Like I know we have power lines that run this way over Swan, right? Where is our, and I'm not sure if you know this, but like where are our feeders and would those possibly to be turned off?
They literally just brought another person on board the day before the county meeting, and he'll be discussing that in more detail at the next meeting sometime near the end of this month.
The information that is out there is they have had PSSs occurring in Silverthorne for the last year on any event because they have above ground lines. I think Frisco has also had a couple of shut offs. We have not had any here, but most of our lines are all buried. So in the town area, the area, you're correct, the town that we should worry about is what feeders do we have that would be above ground that could impact us?
But I'll reach out to Blair specifically and ask her. I don't think our risk is that high in Keystone.
Are there any incentives that you're aware of out there to bury lines that are not buried in some of the older neighborhoods like Loving Pass Village?
No, there are not, and that's a problem. And actually,
that'd be an Xcel responsibility to them since it's their lines now.
Yes, or if they have to the incentive right now is, I believe, our land use code, I believe when we also adopted the requirements to bury lines that the county had. So when they replace poles, which have a lifespan of approximately 40 years, they will have to be buried. That being said, I'm organizing my street in Summit Cove to see if we can all get on board and bury the lines that run through our backyards ourselves, kind of like the underpass. If you can't get the people who have to do it, sometimes it's worth getting it done. It's about $10,000 a lot to bury power lines. So, yeah. But when they replace the poles, they'll have to bury them. And if not, I'll make sure that that's in our code. Here, our cleanup day is still set for May 30th. We're actually going to have a fire department here at that too, explaining their wildfire programs. A good group to describe it to, because these are all people who live up here and own homes up here, or rent up here at least. We had the Chamber of Commerce, Realtors Association Managers Forum this week, where we talked about fire, water, SDRs, and to do our friends in Frisco a little justice here, their marina is not going to be closed this summer. Both marinas will be open. Frisco's will not have the docks that you can walk onto. Tom said that probably 5 times at the managers forum. It was
Nice, but it was going to be closed.
Yeah, it's not going to be closed. That being said, it was a good forum again. Good ideas went out. Good questions were asked. The realtors love our approach to STRs.
Which part?
That we don't have a limit on them.
Oh, okay.
It's taken 2 years to get them to understand that.
Yeah. Mayors, managers, and commissioners, we discussed schools and fires, and we met Greg Camp, the new town manager in Silverthorne. He seems like a very nice person and a very intelligent person. I think he's going to be a real asset to our community as a whole. I-70 Coalition met here last week, took an official position opposed to Initiative 175, which is a constitutional amendment being pushed by asphalt contractors, requiring a certain percentage of all transit-related revenue, from taxes on sale of new vehicles to gas taxes to whatever, which would equate to somewhere around $800 million a year, be spent only on asphalt, basically, and it would be locked into the Constitution. I'm not against spending $800 million on asphalt. I'm against where that without new taxes. So that money will come from somewhere. All it does is limit our ability to adapt to situations. One thing brought up at I-70, and speaking of Avis, counties are not allowed to do Avis. However, there's a bill going through the State House, which is most likely going to pass, which will allow counties with peak period lanes. So the only counties with peak period lane is Clear Creek County. That's the toll lanes that are open or closed certain times, allowing them to do an Avis camera. And this makes sense because if you think about it, driving past Idaho Springs, there's no place to pull someone over. They really literally can't have police cars out there enforcing speed because
My roommate's gotten pulled over right there.
yeah, but it's impossible. The point is, keep an eye on that and be careful driving through Clear Creek County. let's see, the mayor and I met
Let
with,
us know when they put Avis cameras on the construction area around Floyd Hill.
yeah.
It'll be a month period, Warren, you don't worry.
Yep.
That's true. Multiple warnings.
And Floyd Hill is actually on schedule and moving along, and it's pretty impressive
It is.
what's happening there.
More than a year to go.
Yeah, there's a couple years left, but we'll get there. The mayor and I met with Shannon Mueller and Vail Resorts at Keystone and talked to her about, we brought up the trash problem that people have identified to us in the River Run lot and how it blows out on Montezuma Road and over into North Fork. They will address that next winter. The most logical way is just put more garbage cans out in the parking lot. Issues like that. So that was very good. We talked about the electronic entry sign that I had mentioned. They are not increasing their summer activities, gondola days, anything like that this year.
There's a major push that I put on her. I've been putting on her since last fall.
They are going to have 2 of the afternoon clubs a month. That's the only addition. I think I will continue to talk to them. I think we as a council need to consider where we can help to push business, especially this summer, because one thing I forgot to mention in our finances is our taxes, sales taxes for January and February are down 7% overall. So that's not a cause for worry for us. It's a cause for worry for our businesses, though.
I worry about all of those businesses in River Run having effectively shortened season.
Yeah. So I think we as a council need to start thinking of creative ways that we can help these businesses, even if it's, as we walked out of the meeting, the mayor said, what would it cost us as a town to run this gondola an extra day a week or something like that?
What Bill's concerned about is the depreciation cost of the gondola. Not the depreciation cost, it's the depreciation, which isn't even cash. That's yeah.
Wait, say that again.
They're worried about the depreciation cost for the gondola. The gondola is depreciated by hour of run time. And so by running it 2 days, cutting it off 2 days of run time, they're saving that depreciation cost from hitting their books, which increases the bottom line. It isn't the operating cost piece, it's the operators, it's the actual. And I've been told that by 2 GMs as we've gone through that in the last 5 years.
And no consideration for the potential gains to offset the depreciation costs?
Probably different profit centers.
You're probably
the green eye shade stuff. It prevents common sense.
I'll probably hear from the GM for my comment, but that's in essence what's happening. Kindred did approach me at the last or at the cocktails with council session and indicated that in the future they might be asking us if we'd be willing to partner with them to help share some of the cost for those 2 days to run the gondola to approach Vail, say, all right, what would it cost if we were to pick up the cost, that some of that cost, and then go into a negotiation with them and to see what the cost would be to run it for X number of additional days. Because for Kindred's business case, they need that business running through through River Run.
So if anyone has ideas, bring them to us. Staff is thinking of things we can do. I mean, we already are doing some small things like the NRO concert in Lakeside, the 4th of July. But
the Climate Prediction Center for NOAA predicts we're going to probably have a warmer than average summer, which will bring more people up sooner. And all of you can see with your own two eyes that we just got 8 inches of snow and it's almost all melted off. And before the storm, you could see that the mountain was almost dry except where there was snowmaking, which means that that mountain by May, instead of our usual opening in like late June, mid-June, would be ready for summer activities.
Yeah.
Has Shannon indicated any moving forward of the opening?
Of some things, not the mountain, but
Typically they're snow blowing up to the last day of just trying to get the trails open. I don't think that that's going to be the problem.
there is a possibility that one of the golf courses might be able to open earlier, but that's all she's indicating.
And they are looking at some potential things they can do with some of their summer activity pass sessions that would maybe make going up on the mountain more attractive.
Actually, yeah, there was expanding their summer activity pass to include the lakeside activities and the mountain activities in one pass.
So that's considered.
It's being considered. Nothing is.
Until we had this discussion, I hadn't thought of it, and it's probably too late, but would the council be willing to entertain us going back to Shannon and having a discussion about what would it take to add increased gondola run days this summer?
Can I ask a question first?
Yeah.
Would they still charge $75 or whatever it is?
Probably. Or we could.
Could we do Mondays are sponsored by the town of Keystone, ride it for free?
That's what
We want to line up to see
That's what I would.
how businesses both at River Run and on US 6 could benefit from anything we were to invest.
If you put out
The big benefit is right now, as you walk into River Run 2 days that it's closed, it's a ghost town.
That's hurting Vale.
No, it isn't.
They don't care about the businesses they rent to.
I don't.
They already have the income from that.
Well, they charge them 7 days a week either way.
I don't want to start judging why.
I can't judge
business
I can't
decisions.
judge.
I think it is a precedent that we can't approach lightly, the idea of a government subsidizing a for-profit corporation's operation of infrastructure because it may also benefit the community's businesses. I think part of any conversation around that is where is direct community benefit aimed at the residents, whether that's discount opportunities to enjoy that infrastructure or something aimed directly at the community that is generating the tax dollars that would then be subsidizing those operations.
And that's really that's really been my focus is the guys who are generating the businesses that then are generating the tax dollars to support.
I think, and I don't know if we even go down this path, right? But if we do end up entertaining this, I think that really, for any of us to make a decision, I think we should know the numbers. And we're not going to know the numbers unless we're in executive session. And then that would drive the conversation either way.
Oh, understand. But I'm just asking, is it even worth opening a dialogue on the subject with them to open that door and potentially open a dialogue on the subject with Kindred to similarly be involved in that type of
or anyone. For example, Steph is working with KOA. They're members of KOA who want to do a 5K run.
I would love for us to see a way to support the community in any way, in a responsible and managed way that's not just government subsidizing private corporate operation.
Yeah, I'm fundamentally opposed to the concept, but
Is there a way to open the conversation or support the conversation about linking it to a discount to do lakeside activities?
Oh, yeah, if it's our money, we can.
or discount to go up on the mountain. The challenge is when you link it to lakeside, you're talking two not only different profit centers, you're talking two different business lines within Vail Resorts.
I think my view is
they're talking about how they interchange dollars for joint passes and transfer the credits around.
My thought is, yes, you should probably open discussions in these areas. Let's find out what options we have.
Yeah, see if there's an option. It's probably too late this year anyway, but I would have rather been in a position of waiting till next year and see what Vail does, because she did spend a fair amount of time telling us, hey, this is just this year, and we're going to be evaluating what happens this year and revisit this for next year. I think she was sympathetic to the discussion we've been having with her for the last 6 months.
So it sounds like supporting those businesses to then generate a profit for being open,
But they also generate a profit, a sales tax revenue.
For the town. Right, I'm saying that supporting the businesses seems like a better position this year.
I think we're also going to have to ask a very honest question of if our goal is to support the businesses by generating tourism, which will have some return in taxes from lodging.
Yeah.
And that is the way to do that, to give it to a for-profit corporation to run their gondola, or is it for us to fund some other thing that generates tourism?
Yeah.
Yep. And I think one thing I would push against is just direct financial help.
Right.
Because no other ski town is doing that.
They are in California. Vail has several examples of communities that are doing just this. I had that discussion a couple of years ago with Chris Soares.
Could you possibly get any case studies or?
I'd have to go back and get I don't remember the exact, he gave me the names of the towns. I think one of them was either Tahoe or North Star.
Tahoe sounds like it, just because I have seen news articles recently about the amount of intertwinedness that I believe South Tahoe or South Lake Tahoe or whatever that town is has with the corporation. And there is some contentious aspects, but there's also very much like Keystone, where they're one and the same in some areas.
So any ideas?
Any ideas?
Shared, and
we were looking at ideas. I dismissed it. Even thought about it in my mind, but subject came up. John, could that be something you could ask Shannon?
Yeah,
so we could get if they'd entertain a discussion.
Yeah, I will ask her within the week and sit down with her. And, she might have ideas we're not even thinking about. If something might not be running the gondola next day, it might be something else. It's anybody, if you have ideas on how we can help our businesses generate more business this summer, let me know.
And I think you just said a really important thing that, we're obviously talking about Vail Resorts because it has a massive impact on our community. It could have a massive impact, right, depending on how they move, right? But if there's a smaller organization that has an idea, we're not going to be like, oh no, you're not Vail Resorts, don't come. No,
take it from anybody.
Exactly.
Speaking of business, we're still trying to nail down a date last week in April or first week in May with our members of the committee. A lot of doodle polls trying to figure out when it can happen, but that is going to be happening here in a couple of weeks finally. And we have a whole bunch of questions and things to talk to them about. Events coming up. This is kind of a first talking about events. A Basin has the Telefest, their SOS Sustainability Party, and their Festival of Brew Pubs, all coming up this weekend. And those are the events that are happening in the Keystone area this weekend.
A Basin participating in the marketing committee.
Yes.
Yes.
In the marketing committee, would there be an opportunity to discuss with their marketing person what kind of partnerships might be available for Vail, for us, not Vail Resorts, but for the town and A Basin that could promote business for the town and probably also support them?
Yes, I made a note.
They have summer things also.
Made a note to
I know.
that, yeah.
They could be our summer activity base.
They're quite active in
And
this.
they have different, I would argue they have different activities than Keystone.
Yeah.
They have the Via Ferrata and the rope stores, which Keystone has neither of those.
I mean, they could be our summer base.
I'm hesitant to say summer base, but they could be part of our summer.
Well, you're concerned about, which I'm going to hear from, but
It is. I agree with you. They are part of our summer package. We need to take advantage of.
you're our part of our summer.
We need to take advantage.
Mountain bike.
You know, yeah, I'm not saying, yeah, mountain biking, I think that mountain bike is a tremendous asset to this community that ought to be marketed heavier. And if you took a little bit more investment into it, it could probably be, again, the #1 bike park in the state.
For those of you who haven't heard, Kindred is open to an extent. And
A soft opening, because I haven't heard word.
they just received their COs and TCOs.
I believe May 7th or 9th is going to be their official opening to the public. Aaron and I did get a chance to swing by there actually before council today, kind of a very last minute tour. And it was very impressive to be inside there. And they, I think they could welcome people right now, kind of.
Yeah.
And
They are going to be, I believe, they're going to be supporting a wedding coming at the end of this month.
24th.
There, which is, this is not only important for them, but the projected cost revenue from that for them is somewhere in the range of $400,000 to $500,000.
my kids are eloping, incidentally.
So for those of you who have daughters, that's a good opportunity for a model for your daughters to see.
But interestingly, Kindred's marketing approach too is very much Keystone Resort and A Basin focused. Understand that you're going to A Basin, will stay in Kindred and eat in Kindred and Keystone restaurants and spend money in our
transportation to those guests up to A Basin.
I'll let our Mayor Pro Tem talk about our latest post office meeting. And our next meeting is April 28th, and that's it for my manager's report.
Before we move off the managers report,
Yeah. Let's go to mayor and council. With that, let's go right to Dan on.
Let's finish
what?
town managers report.
I thought you finished it.
Yeah. What is the period for which we're paying snow removal contracts? Are those over now, or are they still extending into May?
I would assume they extend into May. I can't answer that for sure.
And it's bear time. Can we rejuge our attention to bear-proof containers?
Yes. First of all, we're still waiting for the damn state because they were waiting for the damn feds for that grant that we were awarded last October. But that being said, something I forgot to point out, we have a community service officer.
Oh, good.
So we are, and I've already talked to him, we're going to unleash him on dumpsters first.
Just drive down the highway. There's 5 you can see from the highway.
Yep. Can't believe I forgot to mention that, but
Yeah, okay.
and he lives in West Hills.
Ooh.
And been in Summit County for quite a while. So,
Good. Thanks. Was that a yes for renewing publicity
yes.
about our policy? Okay, and the grant money.
I'd also encourage you not only to talk about our trash policy, but also in that communication point out the dangers of feeding bears and human bear interactions. That goes right along with it.
And our bear ordinance requires complete bear-proof enclosures. However, it does give the town manager the right to waive or postpone requirements. And I want to make it clear, it is most important to us that your trash is bear safe one way or another. What we can't allow are open completely accessible enclosures with the dumpsters with the plastic lid. If you get a true certified bear-proof dumpster, there's a lot of room to negotiate with the town manager on what the requirements of your enclosure are for this time right now.
If you get a bear, and I forget the exact ordinance because I don't have it in front of me, but if you get a bear resistant container, right, that meets one of the 2 or 3 certifications that you put in there when we adjusted it. And I just don't latch the door or I don't like close the lid, right? Will that still fall in non-compliance?
That is non-compliance.
Okay.
The evidence of that is trash on the ground.
That's it for me.
Thank you.
That, let's go to post office committee.
Yeah. Okay, well, we had a conference call with Congresswoman Boebert and her office regarding the current bill that's actually sitting in the Senate, even though she's in the House, but she's trying to push it through. It's sitting in a committee where it's been sitting for a month. Rand Paul is the chair of the committee. He committed to our folks that were out there 2 weeks ago now that he will have his markup done by late July, which will go to the Senate floor in August when they're in recess, I guess. But he said it'd be marked up by July. One of the complications, not that anybody cares, but there's 2 bills out there. One has us on it, Keystone. The second one has a fewer number of towns, and they're trying to consolidate those 2. Joni Ernst is pushing that, somebody I know real well. Anyway, that's for the zip code. I've had a number of conversations with Tyree Stewart, who's our new postmaster, and he just sent me a note because we were supposed to get together before this meeting, but they're having trouble, a lot of turnover in Silverthorne, and he's working the front office at Dillon, so it's been challenging for him. A lot of turnover, but
Is he responsible for both Silverthorne and Dillon?
yes, he is.
So they actually consolidated the 2 postmasters.
Yeah, and so they move people back. But the big challenge for this is that the post office, anytime you want to come forward and say, this is a service you should be providing, like additional services here in town, they say, well, it costs money, and we don't have that money from Congress. And you may have read this week, David Steiner, the new Postmaster General, is currently not funding the pension fund for their employees, their contribution, which is, that he's playing politics with Congress because he wants money. So it's always tough when we're asking for enhanced services ourselves when they're cutting pensions. So that's kind of where the discussion I'm having with Tyree is on the cluster box program that we've been trying to pursue, as well as the contracted postal unit, which we want to explore the possibility of doing something here.
And
We'll explore.
is there any risk with the midterm elections of possibly, if there's any turnover in any of these offices for people, to lose critical support for the bill?
Oh, yeah, because this bill was, I think it passed through the House last year, and then they never made it to the floor, and it died last year. So if we don't get it through this term, then it kind of starts over. It's a pain in the ass, but that's great. Now, I will say Senator Bennett is one of the 2 co-sponsors in the Senate. So he's pushing real hard, and he's a Democrat. There is a Republican co-sponsor. So we feel, they feel like this is the best year for the zip code we're talking about.
It's one of the few pieces of bipartisan legislation.
They could actually accomplish.
But I think I mentioned this earlier, the postal union is against it. And of course, the USPS is against it,
Against the zip code?
the zip code.
Has the postal union been distracted by anything else?
Like losing their pensions.
I guess they probably relate those two. I don't know.
That probably,
Yeah, so anyway, so it's not all good news. Yeah.
when I hear the timing of Rand Paul doing the markup and delivering it just before they go on summer break, that means it doesn't get even looked at really until in committee till after summer break. And you start running the timeline between September and into December.
It's a worry. It's a big worry. What they'd like to do is do it by kind of consent, as we say it. So not really have the floor debates.
Isn't that how it went through?
That's how it went through the House. So aren't we glad we're on town council versus
Yes, we are.
federal? Okay.
Yeah, we think we have constituents to deal with. All right.
I did have one other thing, just unrelated, that on May 9th, Northwest COG has a regional executive economic summit in Silverthorne that I'll be attending. It's where the marketing guys did a great presentation from the state on economics in the ski area and great data that I'm sure we will be using. You probably already using it.
I'd recommend anyone who's available for that to attend. I attended about 4 hours of it last year because it's the same day of mayor managers. And it's, the information is very, very useful.
You think May 9th? Is it open?
did I say 9th? 7th. May 7th, yeah.
There's a registration cost to it.
I think it's like $25 or something.
25 or something. And it's
Add information to it.
Awesome.
Thank you.
And along that, I think I sent along the write-up that they included in their newsletter that went out to.
I saw that. That was
You all get the Northwest COG newsletters that come out.
Nope. Unless somebody.
Unless you forward them to us.
John, could you get them to,
Well, I'll do that.
but also, no, get.
Yeah, and then you don't have
addresses
to.
on their main-
Yeah, no, I'll make sure that they.
I thought you were on, so
And it's one of those things we don't know we're missing it.
I know. And
Thank
part of
you for bringing it up.
Part of it is when a council member changes out, they may have originally been on it, but the new council member never got put on.
Or was on.
The last thing I want.
Been here since to get go.
I saw there was a new chair out front that was donated.
Oh, I do love that.
Yeah, so.
The bench. Yay. What was the story?
It's the
The
road.
Rotary and Sierra Club, right? Yeah.
What inspired that?
I have no idea.
Oh,
I
well,
was
whatever we
there for
did
like
worked.
4 days and Jess can tell me, I guess.
What happened was, I'm forgetting which community it was, but they collectively had recycled enough through the Sierra Club to have a bench to be donated, like, on that behalf for the amount of recycled material that they contributed. So the Sierra Club gave it to them, and they gave it to us.
Lovely.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's nice.
Did we send them a note or something or thanking? I mean, we have at least thanks. Yeah, yes, okay. That's all I have.
Harold.
Okay, well, several of us can weigh in on these. Okay, we had a good turnout for the Monday coffee, right on the heels of the evening brew fest or whatever we want to call that. Turnout was great. I think your creative pitch really did the thing. So, and we had people, it was very good. I wondered what my colleagues thought about the evening session. We had some Keystone Resort folks there that we don't usually, rub elbows with. I think you invited Kate.
Oh, they showed up.
Oh, really?
Oh, Kate showed up because we were giving.
Yeah, because you
we
had
were
the
giving her-
proclamation.
Gave her the proclamation. That was a formal.
So that was nice. What did you think? You were there.
I thought it was difficult to because we were long table.
Yes,
So you couldn't really talk to.
yes.
Yeah, so you could talk to the
Like
person
you
next
were in the corner and stuck with one individual, which was probably wonderful, but you know.
that you.
Okay. So we'll, back to the drawing board, but kudos for getting them just to agree to that.
So I think it boils down to format was the challenge, but it was good to see new faces.
Yes, precisely, which was the point, right? So that's two things. I want to also thank you. I don't know if it was Missy or Maddie, but between the two of you had great attention to the fire station's pitch. Christy and Dan and I were there. Several of you may have been to other ones, but there were about 50 people at Keystone. I think they had 200 in Silverthorne, but that's a big place. It was very good. So they have a raw video from one of their sessions on their Facebook site. That's probably not the best to use because they plan to edit a video and put it out. And when that happens, if I can who do I let know so that we can bring attention to? Yeah, there were several things that surprised me. I thought I was on top of all this stuff. So that's worth it alone. I will say former Councilwoman Davis was always great about talking about the fire assessments that were done for her HOA. In my mind, I inferred that was for HOAs, but individual homeowners can sign up for it, which I have and I encourage. And now I cannot walk anywhere in this town without saying, oh, you need a little mitigation work there. So I think when we get that video, it might be worth sending out to each of the HOAs as well, especially the ones I'm looking at. I think, go ahead. If you haven't been on our website lately, please look. Great work. It really looks good. I've been nagging you about several things I'd like everybody to have access to, like the current budget and the SDR roster. They're all up there. I think we're looking great. It's not only does it serve our constituents, it has background information to say this is how we got here, which I found valuable. And all I'm looking for now is that darn roadmap.
Yep, we have it, but I identified a couple mistakes.
Okay, good. I am holding my breath. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Anything else?
I was going to bring it up in other matters, but it really doesn't matter, I guess. No, in all seriousness.
No, that's another matter you have to wait.
I would love to report out something I know. Thank you. So this interesting fact that actually the Rob Katz brought up the other day and heard him say was that there's some weather station, and I think he said Leadville, but basically there's 100 years of data they have there. And this current year where we're standing at, before the 6 inches that melted immediately, we were at 40% lower snowfall than the lowest record of that 100 years. So that I just mentioned that, I passed it on because it really set the stage for me. I think I'd been hearing about how bad the year was all season, right? But that really put the numbers in my head. And where I was going to pivot to this, but we already organically had the conversation, is like, we should be looking at doing whatever we can to supercharge the summer. And that's what I'm going with, supercharge summer, in helping our businesses, and not only Keystone, but the entire county and where we live in a seasonal tourist driven area, with activities, activations, whatever we can think of. And so again, we already kind of hit that, but that was just one number that stuck in the back of my mind. And I was like, oh crap, that's like a good visual for me, right? And then the second thing I was going to bring up, which we already talked about again, was trash containers. So that's all I have to report out on some things I was considering. So
did you notice something on trash containers that the town's doing?
Yes, I did. I noticed that there's a community enforcement officer that was recently hired in West Hills.
You say 40% lower than the lowest year?
Yes.
Is what I was told. Yep. So again, like that was just, wow.
Yeah, but Leadville's measurements are different than our measurements.
Yeah,
I think the idea was 100 year versus we only have 60.
They're the other side.
Our issue. This is the lowest on record they have here.
Country.
Yeah.
Country.
Country.
I don't know.
Yeah.
The country, the continental divide.
Yeah.
Oh, you said the other side of the country. It's like,
Well, yeah, they are. They're there. As far as I'm concerned, anyone on the east side of the divide is just on the wrong side of the country.
well,
That's why they come to visit us.
Yep.
That's why it's hard to understand. We have the continental divide right here, but over there, they're on the other side of the divide.
You want to really upset someone, call someone from Walden a front ranger.
I would have to know where it was.
Jackson County.
Oh. Yeah, that would be
Okay.
exciting.
And the only thing I have is a reminder again about CML. Great opportunity to change we're going to change the council meeting dates to accommodate that. I think, Dan, did you get rooms in the hotel?
Yeah, but I had to pay double, but. Well, firstly, the first announcement was the date.
Different dates, yeah.
So I got those and I bought, not a prepaid, but I didn't,
Oh.
So I'm a little mad at CML for their announcements.
Yeah.
Because I thought, oh, I'm gonna get it quick.
I did the same thing.
I did the same thing, yeah.
But I was smart enough not to do the prepay. I paid the extra $10 a night.
Oh.
And then I canceled paid the new reservations to the new date, canceled the old one and saved $80.
I was just trying to help the town.
Mayor, could you invite Councilwoman Davis?
Yes,
Yeah.
Westminster.
Camp?
I meant that.
Yes, I believe you asked at a previous meeting, and I was making arrangements, but now I'm understanding that I need to make arrangements to stay somewhere. I wasn't thinking it through yet. It's going to be 3 days.
3 days, yeah. Monday night, Tuesday night, and
Okay.
Wednesday night.
Is she on CML?
Dan said he got rooms for everyone, so that's all.
Yeah, let's.
Another set of sitting up here.
Yeah, well, she's just. They can.
I know, but
Yeah.
Cancel the room.
Yes.
It sounded like it was very important and I needed to do it, so it's
Take that.
definitely.
Been doing extra station and I don't care.
More information, so thank you.
It's pest you.
But it is worthwhile. And in fact, we're going to have I believe the clerk or the deputy manager is going to be giving a presentation there, isn't she?
yes.
Oh, shit. It's been
Well,
my birthday.
tell us.
Tuesday afternoon, 4:30.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to know.
Yeah. This was like, really? Like,
But that's all I had to report. And it's,
might be next year.
yeah, I told you a couple of things.
Yeah.
That's all I have to report. Does anyone have anything else? And with that, we already know we have no executive session. We know when the next scheduled meeting is, which is in 2 weeks, then this meeting is adjourned.
With Gabby, council members, as we discussed at last meeting, we're the Summit County telecommunications
the local TV programming, Brad is his name.